Hey folks, so the run that you are watching right now is the best speedrun that I have ever managed to pull off. Or at least that's the goal. So right now, haven't recorded it yet, but if you're watching this, that means that this is the run that made it to YouTube, which means that it is actually the best speedrun that I've ever pulled off. And it has all of the potential to be the best speedrun ever. So this is the second time that I've actually attempted this run. I have done an insane amount of prep work. The last 4 days I've been doing like nothing but setting up this speedrun, getting everything perfect, doing all the practice, setting up all the routing, getting all the consumables. It can be perfect. And I have a few more days to get that attempt. And I hope this is it. I think that I've gotten everything perfectly set up, and if you're watching it, then it is. So strap yourselves in. This is going to be a wild ride. But like I said, there's a lot of stuff that I've prepped. And before I get into it, I want to quickly touch upon that stuff. So as far as the items go, the heirlooms, all of the consumables and stuff like that, I have made a separate unlisted video, which you can find linked in the description, where I go over all of the stuff that I'm mailing over to that character. I actually recorded that one like a day ago when I was initially doing my first attempt, but it's all the same stuff, right? I just ended up having to send all that back over and repeat the process. But if you want a detailed walkthrough of every single item that I'm using in the speedrun and why, you can watch that. It's about like 30, 40 minutes long, entirely separate unlisted video. I wanted to include that because I get a lot of comments asking about that, like, hey, can you explain all the things you use? And the reality is I don't want to spend 30 minutes right at the start of speedrun doing all of that, so I have to put a timestamp 30 minutes in for people to skip. But it's there. If you're curious, go check that out. And also, for behind-the-scenes routing stuff, there are a lot of changes that I've made to this particular route in terms of the zones that I'm using and stuff like that. I've thrown up a members-only video on my channel, which is just kind of uncut behind-the-scenes footage of like me doing testing runs and explaining my reasoning. You can also have some in real-time like discovery moments where I'm like, oh, I can use this in the speedrun type thing. So I figured that is like fun bonus content for anybody who really wants to see like how these speedruns are made, what goes into figuring out the proper route and stuff like that. Like I said, members only video. And finally, before I get into it, if you are watching this around the time when it is posted within the first few days, I'm going to be posting this on Thursday. What is the month? July 6th. My dates are all crazy, right? But on this coming Saturday, and I can open up my calendar, probably should have figured out what day Saturday is, but this coming Saturday, July 8th, I'm going to be doing a live stream on my YouTube channel. I'm also going to be doing one on Sunday, but I won't be saying exactly what I'll be doing then. But on Saturday, I'm doing another run, kind of like this, not a world record attempt, but still a fast run for Horde. So obviously, as you can see here, I'm going to be doing a Kul'tiran Druid. It's on Alliance, right? The Horde route is a little bit different. I've done a lot of Horde runs in the past, but there are a few little routing changes that I'm going to be making specifically to the Horde side of things. So as usual, I'll be doing that on stream, and I'm going to be letting viewers decide. So going up alongside this speedrun, you can find a poll on my channel. I'll include a link to it in the description, allowing you to vote for which race and class I pick, race, class, and spec. I pick for my Saturday run live on stream. I'm going to be prioritizing specs that I haven't played a lot, so stuff like Enhancement Shaman, Retribution Paladin, etc. But those are usually popular. People like to see me play things that I don't usually do for speedruns. So if you are interested in that stream, make sure to tune in on Saturday. Oh, I didn't say the time. 11 a.m. Eastern Server Time. So 11 in the morning. And it'll be on Saturday, right? Covered all that? Vote for the class and spec you want to see in the poll, and I think we're ready to start the speedrun. So, just a heads up, I am going to be really focused. I even have a cheat sheet written out. I have a little Google Doc with step-by-step instructions for everything that I need to do for like the first 30 levels, because it's a really involved process, and there's a lot of little things that I can fuck up. So I'm going to be heavily focused. I won't be giving a ton of commentary early on. I might say little things here and there, like, oh, I'm doing this now because, you know, this reason, but I won't go into like deep explanations or tell stories or stuff. It's going to be like pretty laser focused time. So just be prepared for that. Whew. All right. I think I'm ready to go. So I'm going to hit enter world. And time starts after I skip the cutscene. And then I can hit start on my timer. A second now. All right, skip the cutscene and insert. All right, over here, I'm going to do this. So, very first thing I'm going to do, options, interface, or no, action bars, need all my bars. This, portal to Stormwind. I'm going to complete this quest over here. Complete that. I'm going to open my bags. I'm going to get my bags. All right, close that. Equip these. Can equip the tabard too. Might as well. Just saves a little bit of time. And, all right, I need to manually drag that there. Click. And then I can start opening all this stuff. You may notice a familiar face sitting inside my mailbox. And yes, something beautiful, very beautiful has happened recently in terms of changes. And I could not be happier. I've been waiting for this day for so fucking long. The Return of the King, the Radinax control gem. It is a miracle. Do Darkwind Firewater over there. Let's all that stuff set up. And move that there. That's all I'll need for right now. And I can check for the moment my heirlooms are deposited. Start getting this set up. Cat form, control 2, bear form. Control 3, the wilds, move it up there. Tingling roots over there. Growl. Bark skin. Swipe. Okay, we're good to go. So, got all my stuff out of my... there, let me just double check my cheat sheet. Need to use experience potion before I forget. Talk to Chromie. I'm going to select the Burning Crusade timeline, Portal to Allianz, complete this quest. Then I'm going to go into Guardian, pick Improved Swipe, apply minor speed to my boots. So talents, Improved Swipe. Then I'm going to do this, minor speed to boots. And then Random Burning Crusade dungeon. Then Gun Shoes. Wow, that was fast. All right. Wow. Okay. This is good RNG, but I am kind of scrambling because I haven't really finished setting up my bars, which is kind of a problem. I need to eat. Normally my queues don't pop that fast. Normally it takes like at least a second or two. But that's fine. Do this. Thrash on 2. This is a good problem to have because my last run. Where's all the trash? Huh? We're missing a bunch of trash. Is this dungeon partially cleared? Did they like wipe and there's definitely a lot of missing trash here. What is going on? I'm very confused. This technically is kind of fine though because I mean, most of the experience is in the quests, and it's in the bosses, and according to this, none of the bosses are dead. So as long as none of the bosses are dead, I'm kind of fine. One guy isn't even here, though. So I don't really know what's going on with that. I'm going to just say TP inside Mr. Mage. Right? I don't really like to have to stop and corral people, but he's literally not in the dungeon. He's somewhere else. I'm guessing that maybe what happened is somehow this dungeon group wiped on like the first few packs of trash, and then he's just off doing whatever. And then like he put himself back in queue, and somehow he kept midway through the instance thing. This is a very weird situation. I'm gonna vote to kick him though. AFK. Because if you are literally just not going to participate, then I'm going to find somebody who will. I don't know why. I've had a few different testing runs like that. Thankfully, it's not the healer. I had a testing run where I got not a Slave Pens, but an Underbog, where the healer was literally just AFK at the start of the dungeon, just sitting there not moving. And we had to wait like an entire 2 minutes to even vote kick them. I don't really know why. I think it was because I'm guessing that this guy was able to be vote kicked immediately because he was probably here from the start as part of like the old group or whatever. But yeah, had a dungeon like that, which, you know, obviously that is really bad whenever something like that happens because I had to pull really slowly and conservatively because there was just no healer and they just sat there by the entrance. I will never understand why people do that though. Like, because also you need to confirm to join the dungeon, right? So it's not like he was just AFK and it's like, oh, whoops, he's on the toilet or something. No, you have to press accept dungeon queue. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but if you click accept dungeon queue and then you go AFK the moment the dungeon starts, you're wasting 4 other people's time, and I'm not going to sit there and tolerate it. One of the only downsides of doing this dungeon early is you'll notice I don't have the Darkmoon Fair buff, right? Because obviously this popped very early on. But the reason why I no longer get the Darkmoon Fair buff before starting is here I'm actually going to use another food item to quickly heal up before the other people get here. So I specifically want to get to a level 14 before I turn in my Darkmoon quest items and start the second dungeon, because one of the main issues that I've run into with a lot of my speedruns and stuff is with these quests for TBC early on, you run into an issue where let me also put travel form on my bars. Now that, we have some downtime in the middle of the dungeon, I can start to clean things up. But you'll run into an issue quite frequently where you get Escape from Durnhold Keep within the first, 5 or so dungeons that you do, and Escape from Durnhold Keep is just really, really, really bad, and you encounter it starting at level 15. So ideally, I want to do as many TBC dungeons before hitting 15 as possible, because all of the TBC dungeons from 10 to 15 are very, very good. They're all, extremely efficient. So I'm happy to get any of these. I believe it is Underbog, Slave Pens, Ramparts, Blood Furnace. Those are 4 fantastic dungeons, all very, very, very fast. I think this guy pulled trash and he's just trying to run past it, which might be a problem. That's actually... the scaling on that belt is kind of whack. When I hit level 13, I'm only level 10 at the moment, but at 13 I can get some new pieces of gear. This pulls very hard. At this level, I don't really have any survivability tools. Guardian Druid is actually surprisingly weak in dungeons for the first, 5 levels or so. You get a bunch of really early talents that are a massive power spike, but at this point, within this dungeon, I'm actually very, very, very squishy. Which is why it's really hit or miss. I've had a few dungeons where, like I said earlier, there was one where the healer was just genuinely not present. But I've also had some where the healer is basically asleep, and that can make things really rough, because if the healer's not on point... Oh, I have a Grievous Wound on me. Let me just throw that there. If the healer isn't on point for the first, 1 or 2 dungeons you do before bears get, all of their really OP stuff that lets them solo, you can be in a world of hurt. I can now use Shadow Oil that has a level requirement of 11. So can I use that mid-pull? I can if I apply it correctly. Oh, I can get the thing interrupted, but it's good. We got Shadow Core. I keep wanting to call it Shadow Core Oil, like the Shadowlands one, which I will be using. That is one of the consumables that I prepared. So I'm going to start Quagmiren, at least the RP, and then, yeah, I want to make sure the Warlock gets that. And then we got Naturalist Bite. So Quagmiren is slowly walking up. We're also going to get these guys. Okay. Tab. Tab. Okay, I lost this on cooldown. So we're going to kill Quagmiren, we're going to loot him, we get Slave Master's Eye, then I'm going to teleport out of dungeon, and then we're going to teleport back in. That's going to take us right to the start, and then we can hand in these quests, and I'm level 12. This should get me to around 14, give or take. Wow, these quests give a lot of experience. I want it to be at basically exactly 14. I'm at exactly 14. Perfect. My napkin math was flawless, it seems. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab this, Enter the Dark Portal. I'm going to grab Zangarmarsh. I'm going to do this, grab Broken Shore. This allows me to get the introductions to both, whatchamacallit, WoD and Legion without actually having to Oh, wait. Let me read this. Unchoose the Hero's Call board. I should requeue now. And now, I forgot to put it on my bars, but we use Radnex. We take Radnex, put it on Control R. So we're going to use Radnex here. Then I'm going to get rid of Radnex. Then we're going to jump, glider. Okay. And then I'm going to land on the carousel. I'm going to land just off the carousel. I've had times where if you land directly on the carousel, it bugs out, and you get kind of shafted. Yes! Oh, this is flawless RNG right here. This is mwah, mwah. Oh, the queue times are so perfect. This is what I was talking about. This is exactly how I have it planned. Down to a science! Yes! Oh, I'm so excited. So excited. This is going so well. I forgot to put Mark of the Wild on myself. I can use my gear now. My level 13 gear, equip. Then I have this. Minor speed, equip. And then I can use these quest items. Please don't be the same one I just did. Yes, Underbog! Okay, we got a different dungeon. Perfect. What did I get? Shoulders. I can't use that. Alright, 2 very good dungeons. Both Slave Pens and Underbog are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I should say, though, while I am really excited, this is a fantastic start. This is going infinitely better than any of my practice runs, than any of my actual... Well, I've only done one actual attempt. One actual attempt where I did all the setup and I was, like, actually doing commentary, and then I just got shafted, right? So, yeah, this is still going really well, though. Really well. But it is not done yet. Basically, the only time I will celebrate is when I hit level 30. Because this run can completely live or die based on RNG all the way up to level 30. That's why it's such a tricky thing. And I should note, for anybody who's using my leveling guides, right? So a lot of times I'll say leveling is different than speedrunning. You know, just because I have like really intense RNG and stuff like this for leveling, we're talking like I could lose 5 minutes. That's it. 5 minutes in terms of casual leveling is a very minor difference. But when it comes to a speedrun, a 5-minute difference between like a time save or a time loss, it could swing the run by up to 15 minutes if I get really unlucky or really lucky. So that is, for the purposes of a speed run, very, very, very impactful RNG. So that is why I would reset. But if you're just trying to level casually and, you know, you're worried like, oh, do I have to restart my casual leveling run if I get bad RNG? No, absolutely not. This is not going to like completely screw your leveling process if you get slightly unlucky. It is purely for super min-maxy speedrun type stuff. I also want to take Maul. I want to take Gore. I want to take 2 points into you. Shift E. This. Maul's not on my bars, unfortunately. Prowl there, just in case I need it. Bear, take Maul. This. I'm going to save drums just because I think it'll benefit the rest of my group, but I personally can't use it right now. But yeah, you can see also, these proc effects, they definitely help. Or even just all the gear and stuff. Look at how fast these bosses will melt. And then I can use my speed boost. I can also shift into cat form, get a little bit of extra speed. Let's do Thrash. You can see there we got a double Thrash, right? Because the cat form Thrash counts a little bit different. That's not something I'd actually recommend doing. As far as a damage optimization, I'm purely doing that because I was already in cat form for the purposes of going slightly faster. And one of the other smaller things, but definitely still equally important, is my healers so far. Have actually been pretty good. Cat form single target is actually faster. So in a case like this, where I'm only tanking one mob, right, I'm not in danger. I am taking a lot of damage, right, but because it's only a singular mob, I can go into cat form. So in that case, but yeah, very important still. Want to make sure that they get credit. Both of the healers I've gotten so far, this is good. It may not seem like much. It may seem like, oh, it's just a low-level dungeon, but you would be surprised. I've had a lot of runs where you can really feel that, oh no, the healer that I'm with, they are struggling. You're just sitting there, you're receiving absolutely no healing. I have to kite for days. I'm still kiting a little bit, just because, oh nice, we got the level up, right? Perfect. I've not really had to worry. And it's especially important, right? Because when you have the Dark and Fair buff, a single death is devastating. It is absolutely crushing. Because right now I don't even have any Darkmoon top hats, so if the healer lets me die, I lose a pretty significant XP boost. There's not really much I can do to counteract that. All right. Fire spam on all of them. I'm not going to go too far here. These pulls still can be scary. I'm not a prop paladin. Prop paladins from level 1 are basically unkillable. Same cannot be said about guardian druids. I'm also not a holy priest. If you have not seen my recent pre-speed run, I'd recommend going ahead and watching that. It was more of a casual testing run, which is why I was so surprised when, lo and behold, actually kind of went really well. It's not going to be a faster time than this run will be, assuming my RNG keeps up, but Holy Priest in low-level dungeons is the most overpowered spec in the entire game. Holy Nova is the single most broken ability at low levels. It makes you the best tank in the game. Holy Priest is the best tank at level 10, to give you an idea of how crazy that shit is. It is just completely silly how good they are. I think I can also do Travel Form, right, in the water. I cannot, actually, so that is a minor time loss on my end. I wasn't sure if Travel Form worked indoors, Aquatic Form, or whatever. I think I would have to manually select Aquatic Form, which, you know, I didn't. Not the end of the world, though. That's like a very minor time loss. I can refresh that. Oh, this stacks past 20 minutes. That's actually good to know. I was not aware of that beforehand. Yeah, I can't use Travel Form. Even, yeah, so even though I could shift into, I believe, specifically Aquatic Form, it does not work there. Oh, I also need to move my Kul'tiran racial there. Shift into Cat Form here to negate the fall damage. And get stuck on a mushroom. And it's nice because they ran ahead and they found Earthbinder Rage, so I would have had to do that manually either way. So this is not actually a time loss, right? All right, get all my stuff set up. Do I need to refresh any buffs? I could probably, whenever I get a chance, refresh my food buff. That's at 6 minutes. I'll refresh my food buff whenever I need to heal. So basically, whenever my health gets low and I want to heal up for the next combat, I'll just do that. 2 birds, 1 stone. But this healer is keeping me fairly healthy. This pull might test him, though. So I'll pop Frenzied Regen here. And then just keep going. Just spamming swipe. Because at this point, one thing is I want to make sure I establish AoE threat as much as possible. But I also want to trigger my proc effects and swiping on multiple targets, even though it would technically be, I think, a little bit less damage than directly moonfiring everything. Right. I'm going to eat up real quick, just get my food buff, heal slightly before the boss. Had to do that anyway, so that works out well. I have moonfire on both targets, so we're good to go. And then I'm going to save drums for the final boss, because the final boss here can be a little bit annoying, where sometimes they will pick you up and like chuck you around, and it's just like, you know, a massive pain. They're going to get that Earthbinder. Yeah, Wind Color Claw. Right. So I get my speed boost. Okay. Just going to shift into bear form here, so I want to make sure that I'm not dying, because I am a little bit ahead of the healer from that speed boost. Ooh, something knocked me back. Actually, kind of good, in the direction I wanted to go. Unfortunately, the hunter's pet is taking it back there, and none of them are moving. This is another case where I will just quickly eat, just heal 20% before the healer gets here, save a little bit of time, and I want to make sure that I wait at least for them to get into the room, because even though I could pull the Black Stalker, yeah, I want to make sure, specifically because I'm going to drums, and we're just going to blast this guy. Because if he targets me with his, like, laser beam, it'll chuck me into the air and throw me to the other side of the room. And that is, it's like a, yeah, okay, so it actually went off, but it didn't target me. So, I can, it's actually at this point, because I want to save my speed boost, it's faster to teleport out and then teleport back in. So teleport out, teleport to dungeon, and that'll take me right to the entrance where the quest givers are. So I go over here, hands in all this stuff, and in that, and in this, pick the quest reward, and then we leave. Alright, so now I can potentially get Escape from Durnhold, so I can potentially get Bricked. I've already learned these 2 quests, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn those in. Let me see where I'm at on my checklist. So head over here, turn that in, turn that in. Yeah, I'm going to do Cracked Rednecks, short distance, but it's still worth it, because we're about to refresh it anyway. Then I'm going to go over here, I'm going to buy Darkmoon Top Hat ×3, You get just enough from turning in those 2 quests to get 3 top hats, which is all I should need for the purposes of the speedrun. If you're wondering why I'm not using the rest of my Darkmoon quest items, it's because... I should also queue for a dungeon now. It's because I'm going to be using them at level 60 when I enter Dragonflight, because Dragonflight leveling is slower than any of the stuff we're going to be doing in Chromie time, so I want to save as many of the instant quest XP things for that. So, okay, we headed over there. Talk to Remy 2 times, then I'm going to dash. We're going to head to the mailbox. We're going to grab another Cracked Redneck's control gem. Going to talk to Marshall Dugan. And then I'm going to do another Cracked Radnax control gem, and we're going to zip. And this is... I'm so glad Cracked Radnax is back. The best fucking thing ever. I don't know when Blizzard removed the level restriction on this thing, but I could not be happier. I missed using this thing. It is so much fun. Look at it. It's a fucking cat riding a fucking spaceship fucking skateboard thing. It's just so fucking cool. I absolutely adore the Cracked Radnax control gem. It is like the most fun thing to use in the fucking game. God, I love it. I love it to death. Gonna take Brambles. I'm gonna take Berserk Ravage. Ooh, I got stuck on a fence. I can't really see. Alright, we got all that stuff. So I have Berserk. I have Iron Fur. Oh my god, my RNG is popping off. Just don't be escaped from Durnhold. Don't be escaped from Durnhold. Everybody watching, pray with me right now. Do not be escaped from Durnhold. Please, 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 please. I'm gonna talk to you. That. Get this. Don't be escaped from Durnhold. Yes! Oh, either Ramparts or Blood Furnace. Either one. Both are perfect. No escape from Durnhold. Okay, we're good. See, here's the thing. 3 dungeons. 3 dungeons. That's all I need for this run to at least be good. No matter what happens from here on out, this will be a good speedrun. But this RNG can get crazy, like I said. So we have officially dodged the absolute, like, awful tier RNG. I could, in theory, after this dungeon, do 0 additional... Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's a holy priest. Oh, he watched my video. Or maybe he didn't. But I'm going to choose to believe that he watched my recent holy priest speedrun where I basically said, just spam 1 button. You just kill everything. Oh, love it. Love it. I'm going to hit him with a /cheer. Love a good holy priest. I mistyped cheer, so he... Okay, never mind. Either way. Yeah, maybe he did not watch my thing, but considering just a few days ago I uploaded a video of me doing exactly that, of just, like, joining TBC dungeons and holding W with Holy Nova, and literally just tanking the dungeon. That's exactly what this guy's doing. Oh my god, I love it. I love it! Oh, this is, like, actually, I could not have picked better RNG, better healers, better dungeons for this, and it could still get better, right? We're only on dungeon number 3. I can basically fit a maximum of 5 dungeons in. If I'm really lucky, hell, I could fit 6 dungeons. You know, this speedrun can fit so many dungeons in it slaps top of speedrun. I don't fucking know. I'm just... Whew, did I get all my supplies? I think I did. I think I got all the stuff that I need for the quest. Worst case scenario, I go back after and do it. And the thing is, I can pull the world because I know that this holy priest literally... at that level, can do anything. He can survive any amount of damage just pressing 1 button. As long as I tank most of it, yeah, I'm fine. And he's just going to kill it all. Look at that. Holy Priest is so broken. It's so fucking broken! Oh my god, I love it. Love it, I love it, I love it. Yes! Oh, praise RNGesus. Thank you for all of my really shitty practice runs. The same RNG has not befallen me, finally, in this speedrun. Go kill Omor. Yeah, look at that damage. How broken is that? Oh, he's not playing Holy, he's playing Disc. Interesting. So he's playing Disc and then still spamming Holy Nova. I mean, hey, that is a pretty solid play. Because Disc actually does have... see, the one thing is, I'm not sure if Disc or Holy does more single target. Because you do have Schism and Penance as Disc, but honestly, Holy Smite hits like a fucking truck on single target. So I think there's an argument to be made that, like, Holy is just better at everything at low levels. Also, the main thing is Holy gets, like, a lot of really nice damage in terms of Holy Fire. So I think once you get Holy Fire online, Holy Priest is definitely going to be doing more single target. But up until then, I think maybe there's a debate on whether Smite Spam or Schism Penance is better. But look at that. Even with my effectively twinked out Guardian Druid, I'm still getting out DPS'd by a Disc Priest. That is how insane it is. Oh, I need to pick this up. Then teleport out of dungeon. Look, the warriors just like, holy shit. You get the two god tier speedrunning specs in the same low level dungeon. It just chaos ensues. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, that's so beautiful. This is god tier RNG right now, folks. This is something else entirely. I am actually going to delay my next dungeon queue, specifically because I want to line it up really well. So let me just open these bags, see what I get. Gloves, 64 item level. Yep, that's better. I got the same thing. This one is haste first. That fine, either way. I'm going to use XA1000. I'm going to zip up the river here. The reason I'm delaying my dungeon queue is because I'm getting instant queues right now, which is really good, right? I can't really complain. But assuming that trend continues, I actually want to get my next queue pop after I do 1 or 2 quests here to maximize efficiency. So I'm going to do this, then I'm going to pull Young Forest Bear. Just, we'll do you. And then because the, yeah, I'm level 20, so I already have my fast, my Brambles is pulling critters and putting me in combat. Yeah, so I can zip across the water again. This thing is a really low cooldown. You can use it quite often. I can replace Elixir or Darkmoon Firewater with Elixir of the Mongoose when I find it. Put that there. Shift into bear form. I'm going to do all this, just blast all of these mobs. I can drink Elixir of the Mongoose. All right, and then I'm going to loot these guys, get Murloc Fins. All right, 4-turn Murloc Fins. That's ideal RNG. Then I'm just going to pull a handful more while I'm here. Just why not? I also don't want to accidentally put myself in combat because that would be not ideal. And now I'm going to queue for a dungeon. Now we're going to Gunshoes. So the reason I'm doing this is because I want to Gunshoes into this town, Eastvale Locking Camp. And if I get a dungeon pop after I've used this Gunshoes, what I can do is immediately following how much. Okay, this thing, Shadow Oil, does no damage. I forgot to officially measure that before I started, whether Shadow Oil was even worth using. I just looked at the proc damage and it did like nothing. So we're not using that. Shadow Oil is officially not important, which is unfortunate because that actually means that casters have a consumable that melee people don't have. Because casters have Brilliant Wizard Oil, which does work and gives you a nice little bit of extra stats. So it's fine. Now, if our perfect RNG is to continue, I need this queue to pop within the next minute or two. There's some wiggle room in terms of when the queue actually pops. Because I need to collect this wood, and I basically need to do this quest. And then by the time I'm done doing this quest to collect the wood, and I can kill the Prowlers and Young Forest Bears, but there's other spots within Elwyn Forest that I can complete this particular quest. So it's not the end of the world if I don't kill all of these here. In fact, ideally, I probably shouldn't be, because there's a lot of other efficient spots where I can be fighting these mobs. So we pick that up. You'll notice I'm also not turning on War Mode, even though I'm level 20. That's just because I have not gotten the dollar on Hearthstone, and that is intentional. Beautiful, beautiful RNG. This is literally, you cannot ask for better. Wait, hold on. Pray. No escape from Durnhold Keep. No escape from Durnhold Keep. No escape from Durnhold Keep. The odds are low. Also, no Black Morass. Yes. There's so many good ones this could be. Just don't be Shadow Crypts or whatever it is. Shadow Labyrinth. Okay, it's Shadow Labyrinth. Shadow Labyrinth is not the worst. Out of all of these slightly bad dungeons, this is like the best of the slightly bad dungeons. I'm only a little bit upset because this is not Manitombs or Sithek Halls. Manitombs and Sithek Halls are both fantastic dungeons. So I saw Akundun and stuff, but like Shadow Labs, this is fine. Honestly, this is like just a slightly less amazing dungeon, but it is still a good dungeon. It's just out of all of the options, I would say this is maybe on par with Akonai Crypts. Akonai Crypts actually maybe a little bit worse, so yeah, too upset. Yeah, we're still sitting pretty. The ones that brick the run are, if I get Black Morass, hard bricks the run, because what I can do from Escape from Durnhold Keep, it's actually not the worst one. It's just, the reason I say Escape from Durnhold really bricks it is because, generally speaking, because it starts at 15, you encounter that more often. Escape from Durnhold Keep's really bad. It's the second worst, but at least you can kind of do the starting stuff, kill the first boss, and then jump ship after killing the first boss. That's at least, like, something you could do as a backup strat. Black Morass is so long that you literally can't. It's just filled with RP. So there is no way to salvage getting Black Morass. That is just a bricked run. At this point, honestly, if I got Black Morass, it would not be the end of the world, because I would just leave, and then I would just eat the dungeon finder thing, and it would suck. It would be worse than, obviously, getting good dungeons. But it would still be fine. I'm going to try to do a big pull here. We're going to LOS behind this pillar. And then I'm actually going to use drums. I'm feared. Okay, that's not good. But at this point, Guardian Druid is tanky enough that I should be fine. Okay, I leveled up. Oh, that's a nice thing. I get all my stat bonuses. Yeah, the only issue with Shadow Labs is some of the mobs are a little bit tanky. You have to go out of your way to get that quest, but it really is not that bad. The only thing is I can't remember, 'cause I rarely get this one. I believe it's a level 20 dungeon, so you don't encounter it too frequently. I can't remember if I need to go all the way back to Spy Togun to actually turn in the quest, or if all the hand-ins are at the start. If I do need to go back to Spy Togun, then that is kind of bad, and I'm not a huge fan of that. But I forget. Let me shift into that. I should also refresh Mark of the Wild when I can, and I need to spend my talent points. Verdant Heart, take that. Spy Togun, complete quest. Soul Devices, and then I need to loot. Yeah. This stuff as I go. Okay. Yeah, so not the most efficient dungeon in the world, but I can take Survival Instincts, I can take the Mangle upgrade, and then Survival, so I got Survival Instincts is the main one that I just got, Guardian Survival Instincts on Shift R, that is a major cooldown, that is quite nice. So being able to just pull all of this, thrash it down, very helpful. Can do Frenzy Regen here before the healer catches up. And then, yeah, a lot of the TBC dungeons have really nasty stuns. At least this place has a lot of good quests. That's one of the worst parts of Escape from Durnhold. Like, Escape from Durnhold not only is super inefficient, but it also has, like, one quest. So you get, like, absolutely the worst value possible in terms of that stuff. Oh, this guy's picking up all the soul devices that I need for the quests. I'm gonna run over here, and I'm gonna try to grab these soul devices first. A little risky because I'm away from the group, right? But... oh, no, he's going for it too. Okay. Lovely. I'll just have to snag them when I get to the later sections of the dungeon. This dungeon also has 4 bosses, so decent actual kill XP, but one of the reasons why I like those other dungeons is they have good quests, they're relatively condensed, and they're also like all close together. You don't really need boss XP too much. What do I need to refresh? So I'm level am I? 22. Alright. Okay, he's immune to taunts? Or was I just at a weird angle, where I didn't hit him with my taunts? Oh yeah, the mind control section. This is annoying. Was hoping to beat him before this. This makes him actually quite a nuisance. Any second now? This thing lasts for a really long time. Yeah, definitely don't love Shadow Labs. Also, am I on an Oceanic server? Yeah, Frostborn. Ah, fuck. That's why I've been getting weird lag with my looting. Cancel my food buff. Eat, refresh food buff. Alright. And then I need to make sure I'm grabbing the soul devices in this next room. Alright, tortured skeleton. Where are the soul devices? Need to get them before other people get their grubby paws all over my quest items. Oh, and they're in that corner, in the exact opposite of where I went. Oh boy. And I got feared right as I'm going for it. This is going to be really annoying if I end up not getting any of the quest items, because one of the annoying parts about certain TBC dungeons is you, are they shared? I can't tell. A lot of these quest items traditionally are not shared, which is why. They are not shared. All right, yeah. A lot of TBC dungeons, unfortunately, don't have enough to go around, so you actually kind of do need to fight over it. And I'll be damned if I'm going to get an inefficient dungeon and then lose out on quest items for it. So I'm actually going to cheat. I'm going to prowl ahead, and I'm going to grab the soul device. Fuck you. At least want to guarantee that one. There should be a lot in the final room, I think, so I should be fine, but I want to make sure that I at least have a decent amount going into it, because I am taking no chances. Alright. Just gonna slap on a bunch of iron furs to keep myself kind of healthy. Oh, I snuck in a soul device. Can I sneak in another one? Oh, we snuck in another one. Beautiful. I think I actually got that because of the oceanic lag. So it's actually working in my favor a little bit. I will say, while this dungeon has not been terrible so far, did I level up? No. I can refresh Mark of the Wild. It hasn't been terrible. This definitely has been a little tiny bit of a time loss. So we're still on a really good run. Yeah, that lag is annoying. Still on a really good run, but it could be better. Codex of Blood. Come on. All right, and I'm hoping not done this dungeon on retail before, at least recently with the quest changes. I'm hoping that I can just go back to the start and do all the hand-ins. It looks like they're all at the start, so that's good. I know some of these guys do mind control, so I'm a little bit scared of that. Nice, I got that interrupt with my Kul'tiran racial. Not the most efficient racial in the world, but hey, that is one good use case. Get my final soul device. All right, there we go. And then I can chain pull up to the boss now that I don't need to worry about anything else. Yeah, I remember I did Heroic Shadow Labs back in TBC Classic, and this is one, this hallway posed a lot of problems. I was tanking it on my, it was either my Guardian Druid or my Prot Warrior when I did it. I think it was probably on my Guardian Druid. But a lot of groups were struggling with that. All right, here we go. I think the Hunter Pet had threat for a second there. This. So after this, I'm going to queue for... I'll pretty much immediately queue for another TBC dungeon. After I finish, I think I need one more log from DMF. Sonic Boom, Murmur's Dead. Yeah, all of the turn-ins are at the start, actually, so that makes this not bad. The one thing I was worried about is you pick up a lot of the quests midway through. I was like, okay, if I have to turn them in by running through the dungeon, which actually some of them you do. And I'm actually not going to requeue with these guys, unfortunately, but is what it is. You know, they were good, right? They were good players, but they're Frostmourne. And nothing against Frostmourne, as, you know, the people from it, but it is an Oceanic server, and I'm getting really bad input delay here. I do not like it, Sam, I am. So I'm just going to take a different dungeon. So let's see. Overall, that for the subpar dungeons, I think that was definitely the best one I could have gotten. We're going to Gunshoes here. Oh shit, I'm in travel form, which negates the Gunshoe speed. We're going to Gunshoes here. We're going to cross the water. We are hoping to get Tarantus, a rare spider that I can find out here. So I'm going to just zoom. Tarantus. When I checked earlier, he was up. He has a long patrol path, though, so I'm going to go all the way to the edge, and then hope I don't see him, but he could be a little bit more in. There's also a good chance that he's just dead. So, you know, it is what it is. If the rare's not up, not the end of the world. We will queue again. Next dungeon, I'm going to get my Young Forest Bears down here. Yeah, I do not see Tarantus. So now I'm going to do Cracked Radnax Control Gem. We're going to use one of our 2 charges. Because Radnax is so fast, I can literally just take a detour around the forest, check for, the extent of Tarantus' spawn range. Yeah, he's definitely not up. He's either not up or he's way deep in the forest past the point where I'm willing to look. I'm going to check now for Snoot the Rooter. Snoot the Rooter is up, so I'm going to kill him really quick just in case, if I get out of the dungeon and somebody gets here first, I want the rare mob XP. Kill Snoot the Rooter, accept, hop in, beautiful. Please don't be Ramparts again. It's Blood Furnace. We are so happy. This is one of the best fucking dungeons I could have gotten. Oh, this is so good. Oh, this is so good. This is fucking flawless. I've gotten almost all of the dungeons at the start, right? Of Blood Furnace, Hellfire. I got both of those. Slave Pen's Underbug. Did I get all 4 of the starting ones? Like I said, those 4 initial ones are some of the best ones you can get. I think I got all of them. Am I high though? No, we got all of them. Definitely got all of them. Fuck yeah. This is so I've gotten 5 dungeons. 4 of them have been insane. And then one of them has just been meh. We lost somebody. It's not the healer though. So it's not the healer, no problem. We're still fine. All right. All right, this is really good. Oh, there's a Laughing Skull Rogue over there. A lot of times I manage to dodge those Laughing Skull guys. This time, no such luck. I'm going to tag all these guys, then I'm going to LOS them around the door, like so. Right. Spam swipe when they're all in. I'm going to hit Thrash, get Threat, I'm going to pop Barkskin. Heal. Okay, yeah, this is one of the hardest pulls in the dungeon. Blood Furnace is by far the most difficult dungeon. A lot of these guys absolutely fucking truck, even by retail standards, right? Like, you saw my health spiked. Luckily, I had Frenzied Regen. At this point, I probably would have been fine even if the healer wasn't on their game. Guardian Druid at this point has a decent amount of tools. In fact, I should actually put points in. I'm going to take Gory Fur and Innate Resolve. And then my class tree. I'll do it after this pull. Do Frenzied Regen. I'm actually just going to do Survival Instincts because this is one of the only pulls at this point that can kill me. And then I will have my talent points. I'm going to save Barkskin. Even though Barkskin would help me kill things from brambles, this is one of the few dungeons where I actually want Barkskin as a defensive. In fact, I'm actually just going to use it here because it'll be up for the next dangerous pull. And I'm just going to layer this on. Layer Iron Fur. Thrash. Another Iron Fur. Alright, we're good. Tag. Let's get Pop Frenzied Regen. Get Threat on everything. Alright. Oh, shit. Those landmines are fucking nasty. Really, really sketchy. Right. I just had one of those paranoia moments of like, is my OBS working correctly? It is. Right, we're good to go. Just take random things. Minor survivability bonus. Shift back into my form. Barkskin for this pull. This pull can be a little bit sketchy. Just because a lot of times if the healer gets LOS, you also get stunned. So, little bit scary. But we're fine. This healer seems to know what's up. Also going to head in here to this little corner. Oh yeah, 2 charges of Frenzied Regen. This is when Bear comes online. So yeah, get them grouped up. Alright. Maul, it's mostly single targets. Dash down here. Shift into bear form. And then there should be some Laughing Skull Rogues at the end of this hallway. Just gonna pop Frenzied Regen. Yep, there we go. Stuns, but should be fine. Hat form. My speed stuff's on CD. Just gonna tag a bunch of stuff with Moonfire. Tag, you're it. Tag, you're it. Pop drums here. Last scary pull of the dungeon. Frenzied Regen. One of the nice things about Blood Furnace is that you can pull it like this. There's a lot of just gigantic rooms where you're supposed to take it piece by piece, but you can just fucking, put the pedal to the metal and do a ton of shit at the same time. The only issue is it is actually very, very spooky, right? But that is the hardest part done right there. Everything after this is smooth sailing, provided I don't fuck up colossally. Watch me say that and then die to something really dumb. Really would not like for that to happen. I'm making ridiculously good time. Um, this is so good. My goal for this speed run, for the record, in case I didn't say it earlier, is I'm going for a sub 3 hour 10 to 60, which is something I've never pulled off ever. I'm also going for a sub 2 hour 60 to 70. And one of the things that makes the hardest part of the run, I would say, is this sub 3 hour 10 to 60. Because not only does it require really good RNG with the dungeons, which I've gotten, but I've actually delayed a lot of the stuff. Like you'll notice, I didn't use any of the Darkmoon quest items. Right? Didn't use any of the Darkmoon quest items, any of the Darkmoon professions. There's a few other like very minor things that I'm going to be delaying that I would normally get for like XP. So effectively what I'm doing is to make sure that Dragonflight goes super smoothly, I'm making this part of the route harder. I'm making the early levels tighter. Which is why I've been trying to set up this perfect speedrun, because if you get really good RNG, it kind of counteracts that, right? But in all of my testing runs, I've gotten nowhere near this level of good RNG. So this is beautiful. Always happy to see this. Fire. Right, sprint down here. Okay. A little bit spooky there. Got chain stuns, but we're fine. We're fine. I have 2 charges of Frenzied Regen. I'm rolling with Survival Instincts. We're sitting pretty. We're fine. Fine. No, nothing spooky whatsoever. Absolutely big chillin'. I can just do my necklace. Boop. Boop. Then just round you all up. Guardian is just so good at doing this pull. Let's do this. I need to apply the Thrash so that I'm getting extra mangle damage. Alright, nice. Then we teleport out of dungeon. Teleport out of dungeon, teleport back in, a classic. I'm going to make sure I'm not near anything, so I'm not going to get in combat. Sometimes if I enter a dungeon close to other mobs, I usually try not to do that, but I'll sometimes forget. And then it puts you in combat, and a lot of times if you get really unlucky and everyone in your group just leaves, the moment the dungeon ends, it doesn't let you teleport back in, so it can really fuck you over. Thankfully, that did not happen there. Okay, let me keep looking. At this point, I've already gotten more than enough TBC dungeons to make this perfect. We're already on flawless speedrun territory. But I can greed. I can go for more. Just the ultimate greed mode. Just get as insane of a run as I possibly can. I think sometimes a chest spawns in here. I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure this is like a chest spawn area. Okay, where am I at in my checklist? It's all over the place. Kill collector. Okay, so I'm at the part where I need to kill the collector. Which is this guy, right? Morgan the collector. So over to you. All that stuff. What do I still need? Murlocs and okay, this is actually a really good place to queue, because what I can do here is I can gun shoes. What the fuck? Why is this wrong keybind? Okay, I can gun shoes. I'm going to quickly scan this area. There's a rare that patrols all the way up and down the coast. I'm not going to go too far. And I want to make sure you skate just away from those murlocs, because if they whack me, I fall into the water. We're good. So I'm going to head down here. I'm going to head into the murloc camp. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe that there is a chest that can spawn in the murloc area. I haven't really found a lot of chests in Eastvale. One of the problems is, though, every time I've done Eastvale, it's because I'm also doing TBC dungeons. So I've never set up like a PTR version of this particular section of the run, so I've never gotten like good enough RNG to say for sure if there are chest spawns here. One of these days I should at least go and confirm my suspicions. Alright, we're going to head over here. Bushtail is hopefully up. Bushtail's up. The run RNG continues to be absolutely flawless. We get a young forest bear. Dungeon Finder's pause. That means, yeah, the queue was about to pop up any second now. And then, as I said before, I need to make sure I'm out of range of mobs. Is it Durnhold? This Mechanar, Arcatraz. Alright. So, this dungeon's terrible. There is one good thing about this dungeon. One of the reasons why it is not the worst option you can queue into. If we did this dungeon start to finish, this would be terrible. The nice thing about the Arcatraz is the first dungeon is found the first boss is found very early on. So we're going to do what I said earlier of you kill the first boss and then you nope out. It's actually one of the dungeons where the first boss is actually very close to the start. And the other nice thing about the Arcatraz is these dungeons, you don't pick up the quest at the start. You get the quests progressively as you go in. So you can see it just popped up. Unbound Darkness kills Zaraketh the Unbound. So what I'm actually going to do, Arcatraz is not the worst thing I can get, is I can kill the first boss. I get quest credit for killing the first boss, and then I'm going to leave the dungeon. And as long as you kill the first boss, like I said before, you don't get the penalty. So I get 1 quest worth of experience, 1 boss kill worth of experience as well. Which isn't really a ton, but the quest is nice. And then it's not going to put me on a 30-minute cooldown for the dungeons. It is going to put me on a 15-minute timer, but the 15-minute timer tracks down while we're doing this trash. But, since this is fast, it'll probably be closer to 12 minutes. What that means, though... Oh my god! Oh my god! That is a scaling problem! Okay, wow, they need to fix the Arcatraz tuning. Holy shit. Well, I didn't see that one coming, that's for fucking sure. Oh my god. It just does all of your health. Yeah, I haven't encountered the Arcatraz in these testing ones. Now we know. Don't let those things burrow into you, because when they emerge, they will one-shot you. Fuck me sideways. Holy shit. That is slightly problematic, actually, because I did not expect to die, right? Because generally speaking, if you're dying, it's because your group is really bad. This is just dying because I'm unlucky. So now I only have 2 hours left to finish this run. Actually, well, I technically have 3 hours left to finish the run because I still have, the current buff. Oh man, this guy hits hard, too. Fuck. I should be fine. Because, like I said, worst case scenario, my fastest times are, just above 3 hours. So as long as I don't lose another Darkmoon Top Hat, or, Darkmoon buff due to dying, which, there is no scenario ever where a Guardian Druid should die while questing. I almost never die during open world stuff. But we're out of here. Fuck that. Fuck! Get me the fuck out of this place, man! Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. That is something. Oh, wrong button. Control R. So now we're going to use our final charge of Cracked Radnax to just zoom. We've done all of the quests in Eastvale. And you can see here, if I check 11 minutes, like I said, we're still on perfect RNG. So even though the Arcatraz is a very bad dungeon, we're still fine. We're still more than fine here. Oh, I think I refreshed all of my buffs, right? But I'm close to level 30. Right, shift 7. I use gun shoes. Oh man, that's a mistake. It's whatever. Fuck. I use gun shoes and the other thing. Not the end of the world though. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Gun shoes is a low cooldown, so slight time loss sucks, but could be worse. Okay, so let me check my to-do list. Keep myself on track. A bunch of really nice experience here. Okay, at this point. After Eastvale, use the Legion Port item, which is this thing. Use this thing, Stormwind Portal Stone. Port to Stormwind, and then I have in all caps in bold letters, turn on war mode, because I always forget to turn on war mode. Turn on war mode, I'm going to take just a moment to fix my talents up, just make sure I have all the right stuff. You're going to take Vulnerable Flesh. I'm going to take Moonkin Form, Nurturing Instinct. Apply. Yeah, what else? Abandon the quest for Burning Crusade to Outland, and I'm also going to abandon Hero's Call Zengarmarsh. This is important for a particular reason. So abandon TBC quest, Honor Hold Mage, then I'm going to talk to this guy, must report to the Dark Portal. If you have the TBC quest, it'll take you into Outland instead of right here next to Khadgar, which is what we want. So then I'm going to talk to Khadgar, we're going to do this, going to immediately head into WAD, and then I'm going to open up my collections. I'm going to go to Toy Box. I'm going to go to Caddy Stamp Whistle. Boom, talk to Caddy. get one more Radinax. All right. And I need to kill one Iron Grunt. So at this point, we're mostly in the autopilot section. I'll maybe start being able to talk now. But this initial section of the run, as you have seen, very, very, very stressful. There are so many little things that can go wrong. And also, before I forget, I'm going to go to Mounts, Grand Expedition Yak, put that on Control 7. I'm actually going to mount up on this while I cross. It's a slight time loss, but what it allows me to do is just get rid of all of this stuff. All of this stuff. Just clean out my bags. Just get rid of that. Don't need any of that. This is all garbage. Old item, old item. Just toss, 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 toss. I value my bag space a lot. I can continue just vendor as much as I physically can. All right. I've gotten basically all that I can realistically get. But yeah, now that I have Malorn's Swiftness, I also don't really need to be doing Cat form, because Malorn's Swiftness means that Travel form is just really, really nice. I have all the buffs I need. I'm in war mode. Reset. Picked up Radinax. Yeah, I won't need gun shoes for a little bit, so it's not a big deal that I fat-fingered it earlier. It'll be up by the time I need it. Okay. Use this. Oh, my auto cutscene skip. Fucked me over slightly. Oh, somebody already killed all the tormented souls. That's actually quite nice. My stance bar is fucked. You can see it's all the way in the corner there. I don't know what's causing that. Oh yeah, there's a priest over there. Was that the priest from the earlier dungeon? Probably extremely low odds that that would be the case, but, you know, I was just curious. But no, it is not. Alright, I'm gonna head up here. So I'm gonna do this, then I'm gonna gun shoes immediately after talking to Khadgar. Do this, sure. Gun shoes, and then we're gonna go all the way to the end here. I will be copying over to the PTR at some point, so if you're not familiar with my speedruns, if you haven't watched like all of them before and you're not familiar with how I do things, a lot of times what I like to do in my runs is I like to test upcoming changes. So there's a lot of really nice quality of life chromie time stuff. Normally I would do the whole run on the PTR to showcase that, because I think it is really helpful and it's what, you know, the game's going to be like going forward. But I cannot do dungeons on the PTR, obviously, because there's nobody there. It's a test server. So I have to start here, and then midway through the run, I'm actually going to have to copy my character over, and then I will quickly change my OBS to, you know, record the PTR instead of the other thing. So there'll be that. All right. Tag that before that guy kills it. And then I want to make sure I queue for another dungeon whenever this is up. I think what I'll probably have time to do is I will be able to queue for a single TBC dungeon right at the end of the WoD intro, which is one of the nice things about the mission board. Previously, before I knew about the whole, like, you can use the mission board to speed things up, I was... in fact, this is actually a good place for a Radinax gem. In fact, why am I not using Radinax gem here? Oh, look, the stag. Just sitting on the thing in style. So fancy. So I can do that. Right at the end of the WoD intro, I can queue for one final TBC dungeon. That is the advantage of using the mission board. You can do that. And then here, I'm going to use Radinax gem. Saves time because I don't have gun shoes up. So we just zip all the way to the end over here. It's not an amazing time save because Khadgar still needs to run up, but while Khadgar catches up, I can do a little bit more. Come on, where's my cursor? What the hell? What is going on? I could not interact with that mob. Not the end of the world. I'll shifter treads, go to the unbound, and then I'm going to be using those items right after. It's not the end of the world. Level 30, perfect. And I've unlocked flying. The thing is, me unlocking flying right now doesn't matter because I'm still in the WoD intro where I can't fly anyway, which is one of the reasons why this is the perfect time to do this section of the run. Because you can't fly, so doing the WoD intro, like, right before you learn flying, the moment I get out, I'll be in WoD, and then I'll have flying, and that'll be good. And then I'm going to equip I have BOEs from Ulduar, very fancy stuff. So we equip that, equip that, equip that, and just kill this guy so I can equip my last BOE before I forget. And then equip that. Yeah, so at level 30, equip new BOEs. That's the only thing I need to do now, but I also do need to, when I get a chance, I need to switch up my consumables on my bars so I can drop a bunch of those. So Goblin Glider, don't fuck it here, don't fuck it here. Oh my god, my mouse got stuck. That was really scary. I went to move and my mouse got stuck and I quickly clicked and then it worked. That would have been bad. I would have plummeted right into the cliffside. All right, check my consumes. Potion of the Toll of Fury, put on control 5. Ghost Elixir, move instead of that. That is the only thing I'm changing right now, I think. Oh no, we have scrolls. Right, so I'll move my Thermal Anvil down here, and I'll put War Scroll Fortitude on my bars. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my mouse right now. I think it is. I don't even think it's my mouse. I think it is just something within the game because I'm hovering over NPCs and it's just not working. It's just not letting me click on the NPCs for whatever reason, which is really annoying. Losing a little bit of time to that. Channel that. What else do I need to do? How did I get in combat with this? Oh, that has to be some trinket jank. That is 100% unstable elemental confluence just fucking railing me in the asshole right there. That is not supposed to pull. There's no way I thrashed that. I've actually never had that happen before. All right, fucking this trinket. This trinket is good. Don't get me wrong, it does like decent damage and it gives you really nice stat buffs, but man, it pulls the fucking world. It's like having a hunter in your trinket slot. Fucking crazy shit. Okay, that's all I need for right now. Yeah, that's the only thing I need to change at this exact moment. Definitely something weird with my mouse. I don't really know what's going on. But it is like my turn speed also there was like a little bit delayed. I'm gonna cancel that, Ghost Elixir, refresh my food buff. I have everything else that I need. Right. Any second now, we're gonna start the cutscene. There we go. This one is not skippable, unfortunately. What else do I need? What else do I need? I'm level 30. I have my scrolls. I have my other shit. I think we're good. I'm just going over it in my head because I do not want to be in a position where I've forgotten something and I'm like, oh no, I forgot to equip this thing and blah, and then I haven't been using this for the past 5 levels, and then everybody in the YouTube comments is like, oh my god, this idiot, oh, you forgot to equip his fucking thing. I don't know. But I'm always like, my biggest fear is just having to read dumb YouTube comments because the amount of just like room temperature IQ comments I get on some of my videos is just insane. Or like people who, just because they don't immediately understand the explanation, like especially I get new players sometimes commenting on my guides, like, none of this makes sense to me. And it's like, I mean, I can only do like as good of an explanation as possible, and I know for a fact that it is well explained for new players because I get a lot of comments that do say, as a new player, this is really well explained. But some people they click on my video as a brand new World of Warcraft player. They don't immediately understand all of the terminology, which I'm not going to spend the entire video going over. This is exactly what this thing means. I try to dumb it down as much as possible, right, and explain it in ways that a new player could understand. But they don't immediately understand a word, and then they write a word where there was a comment I got where it was like, first you need to use the thingy-mabob, and then use the bloop and the blob, and that he just started spewing out random gibberish in his comment. Like, that's actually what the comment said. Because he was trying to imitate me, I guess, like, oh, you're using all these funny words that I, as a new player, don't understand. And it's like, man, Google fucking exists, right? If I say the words like draft of 10 lands, and I show on the thing draft of 10 lands, and you're like, I want to learn more about this draft of 10 lands. I'm just using a random example. You can just go into Google and type draft of 10 lands instead of, taking the time to write out an angry comment about it. It's crazy the length some people will go to complain. So I'm always trying to think about that, like, oh no, I don't want to fuck up. I'm going to have to read stupid shit on YouTube again. But just to be clear, right, don't feel bad about leaving a comment, right? Because 99% of the comments I get are very nice. If you're sitting here and you're actually thinking about, I wonder if my comment is dumb, it's probably not dumb. Because I guarantee you that the people who write the really dumb comments, they don't stop and think. They don't sit there and think, I wonder if I should leave this dumb comment. They just they put their dumb stream of consciousness out into the internet for everybody else to experience. So, never feel bad about asking a dumb question. It's like the same thing about, messaging me on Discord. A lot of people message me on Discord and they're like, sorry, I don't want to waste your time or something, but I had a question. And it's like, You are never wasting my time if you have an actual question, even if you think it's stupid, if you think it's like the most obvious thing ever. As long as you're not an asshole, right? I will answer literally every single question. So I always feel bad when people message me and they're like worried, like, oh, and then every once in a while they'll end the message with like, sorry for forcing you to respond or something like that. It's like they feel like they're wasting my time, and it's like, no, I put my Discord tag in the YouTube comment description specifically so that people can ask me questions. That's the entire point. Or people join my Discord, right? If you're not in my Discord, I'd encourage you to join. It's been actually very active recently. A lot of people have been joining over the past like month or so, and there's been a lot of really good discussions. Like, honestly, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing this run would not be possible without the people in my Discord. A lot of them are really good about like recommending new strategies and stuff. And honestly, I would say most of the stuff that gets recommended to me, like, hey, have you tried this? It's probably something I've tried already. And I'll be like, oh yeah, try that. I don't use it for XYZ reason. But like over the past 48 hours, I have made multiple adjustments to the route at the last second due to suggestions from people in my Discord. And it's just stuff that I'm like, how have I never fucking known about this yet? Like the whole mission board thing, Azaro in my Discord. In case he's watching this, thank you for that. That was a really good suggestion. It's something that I always knew about, but I just never really stopped and considered, like, hey, should I include this in the run? Partially because getting Dollar on Hearthstone was always kind of mandatory regardless. So I never thought, like, oh, can I just route it out by using the mission board now that I don't need it for riding training? Really good suggestion. Dosakuva also goes by Chori, I believe, in my stream chat. He pointed out to me that the Radinax gem was working, so I almost started this run without the Radinax, without the glorious Radinax, the amazing Giga Chad consumable that it is. Did I not get a Radinax gem? I could have sworn I opened my mailbox, I talked to Caddy Stamp Whistle, and I don't think it gave me a Radinax. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh no, I used it all. What am I talking? I used all 3 charges earlier in the... Ignore me. I'm being a fucking clown right now. I just have the fucking memory of a goldfish at this exact moment. I literally got it, I used it, and I'm sitting here like, where Radinax gem? Like, fucking stupid idiot Harlden. You literally pressed it 3 times earlier. Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking YouTuber, am I right? Fucking... he's complaining about room temperature IQ comments, and he can't even remember what he did 5 minutes ago. SMH. So you got all my consumables active. Can I requeue? I can requeue. All right. Technically speaking, if I get a good dungeon here, there is a chance that I do 2 more TBC dungeons. I think I'll only do 2 more though. At a certain point, you gotta know when to fold them. All right, good RNG. Come on. Don't be Escape from Durnholds. It is it's Slave Pen's right at the end. Okay. Yeah, I will take a dungeon that is literally 1 boss away from completion. What? What is going on? This is so lucky. Okay. Yeah, this is better than getting, like, the Mechanar. This is just free XP. This is, like, a half a level completely for free. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Yeah, how much XP is that I just literally got handed to me on a fucking golden platter? This is, like, the antithesis of my RNG in all of my testing runs. Yeah, that's some good shit. Oh, yeah, that is, oh my god, look at that. That's an entire level. It's just a whole fucking level. Okay, requeue again. Jesus fuck. Okay. Wow. This is, like, just to give you an idea of when I said at the start of this video that I was setting up the perfect speedrun, this is beyond perfect RNG. Like, this is beyond what I consider to be reasonably achievable when I was preparing for the speedrun. We are entering, like, godlike RNG levels right now of holy fucking shit, how am I ever going to beat this time again in my entire World of Warcraft speedrunning career? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? but just right on the final boss. I don't believe it. And that actually means I may actually be able to sneak 2 additional dungeons in. And, alright, let's see. Don't be escaped from Durnhold. Let's keep this going. Well, what is there beyond godlike? What can you get? Like, I don't know. What is it in, like, you know, the League of Legends MOBA terms? Pretty sure godlike is the highest you can get in terms of those, like, fucking announcer things. But yeah, this is. Alright, same one. Underbog. Okay, the streak has ended. We're good. This is still godlike RNG, right? It's over. We're done. But hey, you know what? It was a good set of fucking dungeons. That was a good one to cap it off right at the very end. There are a few others that I could have hit, right? Like, I think, obviously, instead of Shadow Labs, I could have hit, like, the Mechanar is good. It really is. We got almost all of the good ones. I would say the Mechanar would have been really nice. That one's a very good dungeon. Sethek Hall's fantastic dungeon. Manitombs. Just those. But obviously, the odds of you hitting only the greatest possible dungeons that you can get is really low. And out of all of the ones that I could have gotten, like, for skips and stuff, Arcatraz, like I said, basically the best because of what just happened. Yeah. That was flawless RNG. Okay. I think what I'm going to do, I'm just trying to think, do I need to look ahead? So after I copy to the PTR, the only thing I need to worry about is just WAD until 45, then lock mode on. And then I'm going to be swapping to lock mode on at level 45, and that's really it. The main reason is, you know, right now I have on my other monitor Google Docs open, and, you know, I don't have a dark mode set up for Google Docs. Oh shit, did I loot those mobs? I did not loot those mobs. I need to loot those mobs for the World Breaker schematics. Whoops. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, the mouse is doing it again, where I'm, like, hovering right over it, but it's not letting me. There we go. Okay, that's fine. If only I looted it. Actually, the funny thing about that is I'm an idiot because I forgot to pick up the mobs, but that was actually a first kill World Breaker schematics. Which, I mean, still, this is good RNG on that. But if I had looted that first, that would have been, like, literally the best possible outcome you could get for this quest, which does sometimes have really bad RNG in terms of drop rate. Yeah, I think the only things that I need to remember to do at this point, until we get to Dragonflight content, is I need to remember to, like, at every level 10, every, like, 10 levels or so, I swap my consumables up, but that's, like, you know, I have that ingrained into my memory. I don't need a cheat sheet to remember that. And then at level 41, I get new gear. At level 53, I get new gear. More so just, I want to, yeah, I'm going to minimize my Google Doc because, oh, that's so much better. My, this entire run so far, this whole hour, I have had, like, pure white Google Doc just blasting me in the face. And it's, like, the only thing that I have light mode on because I don't really know how to enable dark mode for Google Docs, if I'm being honest. I don't know if it has one. But I've had to just be staring at that nonstop this whole hour, and it's been burning my eye sockets. So now I have my, like, dark screensaver that I'm just looking at on my second monitor, and it's much more nice. I like it. It's a lot more soothing to the eyes. Ah, okay. Let me click on the plunger, and now this is chill. This is super chill. I think I said earlier that, you know, we make it to level 30 with good RNG, the rest of the run is basically guaranteed. So, this is a new world record. There is basically no way that I can fuck it up from this point. If I manage to fuck it up from this point, I am the entire circus. This is, like, from here on out, the entire run, all of the tricks, all of the whatever, it is entirely on me. I don't have to rely on a single other player or any bit of RNG. The only bit of RNG that in theory would exist is making sure that you get good rare mobs and chests within lock mode on. And the nice thing about that is I'm going to be doing the lock mode on section on the PTR. So we are going to have every single chest, every single rare. That is one of the advantages of doing it like that. You get really good RNG for that stuff. So I don't need to worry about literally anything from this point in the run. It is all set. The only thing, and oh god, I hope this doesn't come back to bite me in the ass, but I'm going to say it. You know what? I'm going to potentially jinx my run. But here's the thing. If I say this and it happens, then at least I get content out of my dead world record speedrun. So the only thing that could potentially fuck this speedrun is if Blizzard at 8 in the morning, because right, I'm recording this, it is 6:43 in the morning, and I'm on Eastern time, right? So right now it is 3 o'clock where Blizzard works. So the only possible chance that this speedrun gets bricked is in, let's say, 4 hours, right around when Blizzard's getting into work. Like, I think the earliest people will be getting to work at like 7 in the morning. If they decide, whatever, like, Joe Schmo, as he's making his first cup of coffee at Blizzard HQ, decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to push an update to the PTR servers and cause them to be shut down. That is the only thing that could brick the speedrun, is if right at the end, suddenly the PTR servers go down, which they will sometimes just do without warning, and they don't announce when they're going to do it. And when do they normally do it? They do it normally on a Thursday. Now, normally they do it midday on a Thursday. So I think I'm doing this run early enough, but I am playing with fire here for sure. So let's pray that doesn't happen. But dear Lord, I absolutely can just get colossally screwed right now. It is not outside of the realm of possibility. But unless that happens, we're fine. And once again, I hope I didn't just jinx myself. I will genuinely, like, you'll get to listen to somebody's soul break live on video if that happens later on. Because if that is what ends up killing my run, I will fucking die. And hell, if they're gonna start it, I'd hope they start it right now at 3 a.m. You know, just because at least that would suck, but at least then I'd be able to continue my run knowing that it's fine. But that's not gonna happen, right? Because, this run has been lucky so far. Come on. I'm missing all these fucking shots. There we go. Okay, Jesus Christ. Alright. This up. Oh yeah, a bit of lag because it was skipping a cutscene automatically. Zoom out my camera again. And before I hit the ground, gun shoes so I don't get in combat. I think I'm mostly good. How much verse is this giving? 3? Yeah, I don't need to bother refreshing that. It's no point. I have 34 minutes still on my XP pot. Waiting. Khadgar, come on, pick up the pace, Khadgar. I don't have all day. There you are. All right. So we're out of the WAD intro. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to boot up 10.1.5 PTR. We're going to continue questing until the last second, right? So accompany Prophet Valen. Yeah, so I have the PTR open. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to follow this guy. And then basically the moment that, let me just make sure it hasn't fucked anything up in terms of my my thing. No, we're still good. Yeah, so we're going to follow Valen. The moment I get to the top of the hill, as soon as I complete this quest, I'm going to log out, exit game, press copy my account data, and then copy this character over. And then we'll be good to go. And it should keep all of my buffs and stuff. Usually it keeps all of that pristine, but worst case, I can refresh it. I should also refresh this because I lost my stamina buff somehow? I don't know how that happened. That is odd. Come on, any second now, Prophet Valen. There we go. All right. What I'm going to do is this, and then I'm going to log out. It's just going to say 20 seconds until logout. I'll probably get completion credit for the quest right before this goes. And then, worst case scenario, I repeat this bit of RP. I should be fine. All right. Go back. I'm going to close out my WoW clients, and then I'm going to, whatchamacallit, game capture WoW test any second. Obviously, this is like a minuscule time loss, right, doing this. It's really jank, I know, but believe me when I say that I think this is better just in the long run. What is my character called again? Boris? Jesus, yeah. Almost forgot the name of the character that I'm speedrunning with. That would have been bad. We got Boris over here. Up over. This unfortunately does mean that I will not be getting my last Radnax gem, but honestly, I made a judgment call, and I figured that it was better to just do the skip now to get flying than okay, yeah, so I did lose credit for this quest. Not the end of the world. I do keep all my buffs at the exact same time. While this is going... technically, I'm going to take Charging Bash just because I will eventually pick this. So I'm going to get Astral Influence. I will get Charging Bash in like 4 more levels, and none of the other talents are really good here. Alright. Tooth and Claw, Soul of the Forest, and Vicious Cycle are all very good. Take that. There's also one of the other reasons why I'm doing it on the PTR here is because there's a few very minor changes to... You can also hear there's slight changes. Yeah, see, automatically I learned flying. That is one of the changes on the PTR. That is one of the changes coming in 10.1.5. It'll be live by the time a lot of you watch this video. So July 11th, I believe, is the date when this is going live. So very soon. Also, my volume is a bit louder here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and really quickly options, audio. I'm just going to turn master volume down to 5%. All right. And one of the nice things, really nice things about getting Flight Form here is I can just quickly interact with all this stuff without having to get in combat with the Lunarfall Ravens. I think if I get too close, they will still activate, because technically speaking, they will be able to tell. Or they can fly, right? So they'll be able to attack me, is what I meant to say. I should not be fighting Quake Fist. Fuck. Alright, minor time loss. Quake Fist is the next quest, right? And I fought him early, and I used all my cooldowns, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. Very, 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 very small time loss, right? But it's really not a big deal. Alright. This, Tuck Tyrell, and then that's, yeah, now I get the quest for Quake Fist. So we're not going to be spending a lot of time in Shadowmoon Valley. The moment I set up the garrison, I'm immediately going to head out and do stuff in Talador and cut up towards Gorgrond. Unfortunately, this does mean I need to wait for Quake Fist to respawn, which is... Yeah, I've kind of shafted myself here a little bit. How do I save time here? Can I... 104... Oh, my other stuff is still going to be better. Oh man, this has a very long respawn timer. This is not good. Actually inting my own speedrun by this. There we go. Finally despawned. What I can do is start getting this stuff. Okay, well, it spawned. But I can start getting my level 40 items on my bars for when I eventually will use that. So I don't need to go ahead and move it later. Unbridled Fury I'll manually do. Yeah, those are those items. So that'll save me a little bit of time later on. Alright, that's, did I seriously get in combat with a fucking random-ass critter? Game is actually trolling me. It's like, alright, you made one little mistake, and you've already had a godlike speedrun, now we're going to punish you as hard as possible. But we are 25 levels from the end, 24 levels from the end, but more importantly, in case you're unfamiliar with this, the final few levels of this speedrun are the fastest by far, the final 10 levels. Final 20 levels, I would say, are some of the fastest, but the final 10 levels are actually, like, comparatively faster than 10 to 20, which is kind of backwards. But it may seem like we're only, like, halfway through, so you may be like, ooh, are you really going to be able to... Actually, even if we were only halfway through, I would still be at a really, really, really clean pace. And I do this, and then I believe there's one on the other side of this fence. A little thing that I can interact with? No. Alright, I forget exactly where all the locations of those treasures are, but it's not the end of the world. I got Secrets of Gorgrond, that's the only thing I really need. I am going to be landing. I'm going to be using Gunshoes here. Gunshoes and Goblin Glider are faster than lagged as I was exiting my garrison. Yeah, Gunshoes and Goblin Glider are faster than slow flying. So whenever I get the chance, I'm still going to be using these to traverse the ground. I believe slow flying is probably still faster than sprinting in cat form, though. So I will be quickly shifting in to be doing that. Got everything else prepped. Spare Tartar, yeah. Yeah, so we are well past the halfway point. And the other thing is I've saved some of the most efficient bits of questing for last. So we're really, really, really doing well right now. So we're gonna cut through Talador. We're gonna head up to whatchamacallit? We're gonna head up to Gorgrond. And I'm gonna do some of the efficient bits of Gorgrond until I hit like level 45-ish. And then at level 45, I might even stop a little bit early. It kind of depends. I'm going to make a judgment call, because the thing is, I honestly think that I could probably do Lochmodan all the way from level 40 and still be fine with the 50% buff. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to like accidentally cut off Lochmodan. Because the most efficient part of this run, by far, is Lochmodan. Faster than the TBC dungeons, because obviously our TBC dungeon were like words. Our TBC dungeon RNG was extremely good. That was very, 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 very fast. But what is faster than that by far is Lochmodan. And also we just got really lucky. And the thing about TBC dungeons, and a lot of people don't like fully understand this, they'll see me do 10 to 30 really fast, or in, the cases of my other runs where I don't get as lucky, they'll see me do like 10 to 25 really fast. And they're like, why don't you just keep doing TBC dungeons? Well, as I said, we hit most of the really good dungeons there. There are only a few more. Obviously, the really bad dungeons in TBC are really bad. And the problem with it is, and the reason why I say that TBC is generally the best and why most people agree TBC is the best, is a lot of the early level dungeons are very good. So like I said, the first 4 dungeons, some of the best. You have 2 options if you want to do dungeons at that point. It becomes much lower because A, you're going to get a lot of the worse options, and B, you're going to start getting duplicates. And one of the fastest parts about those dungeons is the quests, because you're getting like 1 level for the dungeon, you're getting a decent amount of XP from the mob kill stuff, and then on top of all of that, you're getting like 2 entire levels, if not more, from the quests within that dungeon. So when you're getting a dungeon like, I got earlier Underbog, where I had already done all the quests, well, that's really not that efficient. I'm gaining maybe a level and a half for doing that entire dungeon compared to the 4 levels that I got earlier. Is that terrible? No. There are many slower ways to level than spamming TBC dungeons nonstop. And what a lot of people will tell me is that, I prefer doing just nonstop TBC dungeons because it's very, mindless, right? You hold W through these dungeons and you just get free XP. And yeah, honestly, that's something that I can't really argue with. If you don't want to think whatsoever, it's going to be slower, but you will be able to get a decent leveling time just holding W through TBC dungeons. That is absolutely true. We're going to do Zangara now. I'm also... where's my garrison ability? That did not get automatically placed on my bars. Which is annoying, because I kind of want that. Is in my druid section? I don't know where it is. It's supposed to be in general, but it's not here. My bombardment, my champion's honor, wherever it is, the button is not there. Is it? What the fuck? Macro. Can I like salvage something? /use extra action button. I don't remember the exact name, but yeah, that's not the ID for it. But my armory bombardment is not working. That is slightly problematic, not because of the armory section, and I know that I properly constructed the armory, because you need to do that in order to actually get access to the Zangara bonus objective, which we have. So I did that correctly, I didn't fuck that up. We just did not get the armory bonus. Okay. The main issue with that is I'm hoping it's just a bug with this, and it's not going to be a problem later on. I'm wondering if it has something to do with my auto cutscene skip. So I'm gonna do, where is this? Cinematic canceller. This like cancels cinematics extra fast. I'm wondering if that fucks something up. And by canceling the cinematic, I didn't get the button. Like I said, not a huge deal here. The problem specifically lies with Gorgrond. If I don't get Champion's Honor in Gorgrond, that's actually a massive time loss because I lose out on all of those special quests. So I really don't want that to happen. Can I... Oh, yeah, what is going on? Yeah, when I'm leveling up, sometimes it's randomly removing my buffs. Well, somebody told me something like that was happening to them. Yeah, somebody told me that they were... What buff was it? They leveled up and their Midsummer buff, I think, just vanished from the Midsummer Fire Festival. And they showed me like a clip of that happening, and I was like, that's weird. And that is what happened there. I leveled up and I lost my War Scroll buffs. There's like some weird fucking code jank in this fucking game, man. I'm gonna take Unchecked Aggression. I'll take Fury of Nature next. I'm taking Rising Light, Falling Night. Next, I will take Wild Charge, and then I will take Skull Bash. All right, do a big pull here. Lots of Moonfire stuff. The Guardian Druid changes in 10.1.5 are actually really fucking nice. You just get all of the fucking abilities you want. I forget who it was in my stream that was mentioning that about the Guardian Druid changes, but somebody said something to the effect of like, the changes in 10.1.5, it's like, you know, before you had to path through some things that you didn't really want, now you just take literally every single talent, and that is like the perfect way to describe it, because holy shit, it is amazing. It's not like, that's the funny thing, it's not a massive rebalance. There's only like, I think, one new talent, maybe? Or maybe it's just I saw a talent that I've never taken and thought it was new. But the main thing is you don't need to take Scintillating Moonlight now. It's still there, but the only thing that it blocks off is Lunar Beam, which is terrible, so we're not going to be taking Lunar Beam. So I get to take Galactic Guardian and Twin Moons really easily without having to path into the other garbage, and that is super duper helpful. It also, there's a few other really nice things that I can pick up. So I'm gonna do Flight Form. We're gonna break this last little Jungle Stalker thing. And... oh, it got interrupted at the last second. Are you kidding me? Fuck it, I'll just kill them. That is so unlucky. Literal last possible second, and they get the spear off. I should have just gone in. Man. At least I leveled up and blew up in that guy's face. Oh, that came out wrong. That's not what I meant to say. That sounded not the best. Okay, what do I want to take here? Wild Charge. Yeah, Wild Charge, and then we'll put Wild Charge on 6. 6. I can put Mark the Wild on there too. It's going to be in my Druid section, right? Wild Charge, yeah, Wild Charge in 6. And then I also want to put it here. That way, when I swap into bear form, I can put my Guardian Druid Wild Charge and just drag it down from my top bar like so. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, you know, normally during parts of this in speedruns, I would tell stories or something like that. The only reason I don't want to like get into like super big stories and stuff is whenever I'm doing a world record attempt, I want to make sure that I'm not putting myself in a position where I'm like cutting myself off constantly. The reality is, like, you know, if anything happens that I need to really focus for, probably won't because it's WoD, which is the only reason I'm considering doing laid back stuff. And this is like really, really linear, really easy, really straightforward. I just don't want to interrupt myself constantly and be like, oh, whoop, I have to stop my story, and then I'll constantly be thinking like, oh, what was I talking about again? And I still do that anyway, 99% of the time when I tell stories in speedruns, but Would rather not have to do that here. I have to think about it constantly. But one thing I can say is for my streams this weekend, I'm actually really excited because I haven't really actually fully decided what I'm going to do for Sunday, but I have a few ideas. For Saturday, I'm going to do consistently what I've been doing. I said at the start, I'm going to be doing a Horde speedrun, and I have a few ideas for how to optimize the Horde route slightly. The thing about my Horde route is generally much more like efficient and optimized compared to my Alliance route. My Alliance route now is pretty fucking tight, if I'm being real. I still need to make some slight adjustments to it to account for not having the 50% buff, but right now, this is about as lean of a run as you can possibly get. This is crisp. But Horde route mostly solves. I want to make like a few minor tweaks, or at least test a few tweaks that I could potentially make. So I'll be doing that. I would like to test Enhancement Shaman. So I'm going to be completely real here. I'm going to put up a poll, like I said, but I am biased. So obviously, if everybody decides they don't want to see Enhancement Shaman, don't vote for Enhancement Shaman. But I am telling you, if you're watching this and you want to see like a cool run and you want to make a lot of people happy, do the Enhancement Shamans a favor and throw them a vote, because I'm starting to feel bad. I have not done a Shaman speedrun in so long. I have put Enhancement on. It's got to be like the last 4 polls I've put up. And Enhancement, I think on 3 of the 4 most recent polls where I put it on there, it has been second place. And it's been like a close fucking second in a lot of cases. So Enhancement keeps barely losing polls to like Warlock. I think it lost to Warlock, and then it lost to Warlock, it lost to Rogue, and then it lost to Mage in terms of like what people wanted to see me play. So I feel bad because there's clearly a lot of people who want to watch me play Enhancement. And I've received a few comments from people directly saying, I really hope you do an Enhancement speedrun. So I know there's a lot of people who are really looking forward to it, but at the end of the day, I want to do it. I really want to try Enhancement, but it keeps losing the polls. And, I'm not just going to ignore the results. If a lot of people want to see me play Arcane, I played Arcane in the last weekend's run. But it would be nice for Enhancement to finally get its time in the spotlight. So I am going to kind of nudge the votes in the right direction. Throw Enhancement a bone, vote for it in the poll. Obviously, if you feel really strongly about like Rep Pally or Balanced Druid, I know they're going to be on there. I'm definitely going to put Rep Pally Balanced Druid specifically because I had them on the other poll along with Enhance. And then the poll before that had all mages, and then Arcane won the runoff poll, which is in my Discord. If you're watching this, by the way, and you aren't already familiar with that, if I ever put in one of my polls and have people vote for the class, so I'm like, pick our mage, like vote for mage, and then the spec will be decided in a runoff poll, that will always be a poll held in my Discord. Partially just because I think it encourages people to actually join my Discord, which, maybe you could say is like, engagement stuff, but I like people to interact there. Like I said earlier, I like having more, speedrunning interested people in my Discord because I've made a lot of really great changes to the route thanks to the valuable feedback from all the folks in my Discord. But also, the main reason why I initially started doing that in the first place is because YouTube doesn't like it if you do like too many polls at once. So I like to do one a week, bare minimum. Usually I don't do another one for like a month or something. Gunshoe's here because we still have slow flying, so it's still faster. But yeah, so I always only do one poll to decide, the main thing, and then obviously if a particular spec, like if Enhancement wins, but if an entire class wins, then I will do the runoff in my Discord. Let's see, what else would I put? Because it's going to be Enhancement Balance or Ret. Those will be options, but I generally like to put 4 options. So what else would I put on there? What's a spec that I haven't really played for leveling? I've actually gotten around to a lot of the ones that I haven't touched much. Maybe I put Hunter on there. It's been a hot minute since I've done a Hunter speedrun. Obviously, like I said, I still want Enhancement to win, but the entire point of me putting Hunter on there is that eventually, if once a spec gets on there, it stays on there until it wins. Like, Shadow Priest was kind of in an Enhancement Shaman position, where Shadow Priest was like the second most popular for a very long time, for like years. I would put it on polls and it would like barely lose, but a lot of people kept saying, I really want you to try Shadow Priest, because for a while I said it was like one of the worst specs. And then I finally made an executive decision, and I just did one of my runs last week as Shadow Priest. No poll. Because I think it was like the runner-up in one of my previous polls, and at the time, I had said the top 2 winners will be done, but that was like the winner will be done first, and then the runner-up will be done second. But then I think due to like scheduling issues, I wasn't able to do the Shadow Priest run. Beautiful. All right, we hit level 40. That means I automatically get Master Riding. And now we're zooming. Now we're fucking... We get really fast stuff. While I'm here, I should also do this bonus objective. Can't hurt. What can I do? For PvP talents, I'm going to take Emerald Slumber. I'm in combat, though, obviously. Can't do that. Also, I'm level 40, so I can use my new consumables. So I can use that. I can use this flask, and then while I get this, let's take Emerald Slumber. Did I cancel my food buff? Fuck, I think I did. Oops. Apply those changes, and then Emerald Slumber I will put on Control H. Oh, I didn't cancel my food buff. It just shape-shifted me out, and that's why I saw that. I thought I canceled it. But we got all that stuff changed. I'm going to refresh my XP pod here, just to be safe. I need to make sure that the moment I'm about to ding level 50, I refresh my XP pot again, because I want to make sure that I carry that buff over as long as possible, past the point where you can use it. I haven't lost my scroll buffs. Gotta check that now, just because, you know, apparently the game is randomly deleting my scroll buffs, for whatever odd reason. Thorny Leafling. I can pull one more, and then let's do this speed boost. I probably should have used my necklace, so that doesn't put my potion on CD, but oh well. Get one more wheeled stinger. Let me get this done. Right. Get that, and then I think I'm missing one more Thorny Stabber. I thought I got that. Not the end of the world. Moment I'm out of combat. Here we go. Alright, we're out of combat. We're good. I need to fly along the path because I need to interact with the NPCs. So Emerald Slumber, I'm going to be trying this one out. The nice thing about this is if I use all my cooldowns and then there's like RP or slight downtime, especially Dragonflight Emerald Slumber is going to be very nice. I can just pop this, refresh a bunch of my cooldowns during some minor downtime. Yeah, pretty good. I think like a good place to use this, for instance, is right before I do like the Sendrax escort in Dragonflight. I can do the quests around the Wingrust Embassy. I can kill all that stuff, pop all my cooldowns, go absolutely hog wild. Oh shit, I flew right over one of the NPCs. Oops. Go absolutely hog wild, and then I can, during the Sendrax thing, pop Emerald Slumber at one point, regen a bunch of my cooldowns, and then they're back up for the next questing hub, whereas before it would take multiple minutes. Yeah, I should... I'm actually just gonna... The only reason I considered replacing my Darkmoon Fair buff is I don't want to be in a position where I forget to refresh it. High Pass Sparring Ring, and then I'm like missing out on 10% XP. So I generally like to refresh it at the 5-minute mark. Also, at this point, I'm very, very, very ahead on time. Okay, we got Champion's Honor. Perfect. So, like I said before, I was really worried that it was bugged out and that I wasn't going to get it. But it looks like it is working properly. All right, going to talk to you. I need to meet with Ranjari or blah, blah, blah. One more point, I can put it in Fury of Nature. I'm level 41, right? Level 41. Yeah, that means I can equip my level 41 gear. Equip that. Equip that. Equip that. And equip that. Okay. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. And then I think, yeah, that's the only thing I need to remember to do. Then here is a big Champion's Honor thing. So I'm gonna soften the mobs up slightly just with one thrash, and then I need to do this. I'm gonna pop Bloodlust here. Great opportunity for a Bloodlust. And I'm not even gonna bother looting just yet. We're gonna loot after the fact. Just kill as much as we can during the time limit. Oh, I can just mash thrash. If only I had Raise at this point. But it's fine. Just mash, 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 mash. We're gonna get, oh, so many kills. Look at the fucking killing power of Guardian Druid at this level. With that haste, I'm just doing thrash basically every GCD. Okay. So Champion's Honor. Oh my god, I have 20 seconds left. I've already killed this many. Oh, this is insane. Should be able to get all of these guys, too. If I don't get every single quest item, this is the best Affliction Ridge results I think I've ever gotten. Insane Affliction Ridge results. Alright, Botanai Bloom. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this, if this is your first time watching one of my speedruns, you pop Champion's Honor, you kill as many things as possible here, and killing certain mobs will give you quest rewards. So this is just an entire quest worth of XP, every single one of those pop-ups you see. There's, I believe, 5 different types you can get here. On average, I get 3. 3 is considered, like, good standard RNG. Wow, that's actually kind of unlucky. You know what? I got 3, like I said, standard RNG, but considering I believe that is, I think that is the most I have ever managed to kill in the time limit. And I got 5 quest items, but a lot of them were duplicates, which is unfortunate. So considering that was the most I've ever killed, the fact that I only got average quest RNG is like a little bit mildly disappointing, but at the end of the day, you can't really complain about that, you know, still fine. As long as you get 3, like that's the, hell, even 2 is technically, 3 is like above average, I would say. And what did I get? I got specifically Proof of Strength, Gorin Tooth, Gronling Scale, Botanai Bloom. Unfortunately, I didn't get the really big hitters. I'd say it's Botanai Bloom. No, because Gronling Scale you kind of need, because there's no other really great way to get Gronling. Technically speaking, any of them would have been fine. Because there's an easy way to get specifically Gorin Tooth and Gronai. So I got Gorin Tooth. Gronai I didn't get, but like I said later on, there's in theory an easier way to get it, but technically not, because I will be abandoning Gorgron before I actually make it to the point where it's easy to get Gronai. So won't end up being a huge deal. But yeah, I think this guy, is he bugged? He's just standing there for a little bit. I don't know what was going on with that mob. Yeah, for whatever reason, my killing power as Guardian Druid has just gone into hyperdrive right now. Things are just melting. Like, this is faster than Windwalker killing speed, and generally speaking, Windwalker actually... like, did I hit the gong too soon? Yeah. Windwalker tends to, like, melt things slightly faster than Guardian. Guardian just has better flexibility, but right now, I'm kind of just shredding. This is some of the most ridiculous damage I've ever seen in a speedrun. For a single magma sweep, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. This is also one of the things where, you know, I've said before that gear sets, I only like to do this for the really, really, really fancy world record speedruns. It does help, though. Like, look at this gear. This is boots with, like, a speed gem. I have, like, this with a speed gem. I have bracers with a plus 12 agi gem in them. Like, this is the kind of stuff where you absolutely don't need to get all of this special gear, but it really does. It's the difference between taking, like, you know, 5 seconds to kill a mob and killing a mob in 2 hits and then immediately moving on to the next, right? So for a speedrun, being able to just literally cut through mobs like, you know, one of those clickbait YouTube videos of like 1,000-degree knife through butter, that type of thing. That's what it feels like playing a Guardian Druid with all the fancy consumables and leveling stuff and all the gear and the gems and the blah, 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 blah. All right, can grab this bag. And this is also one of the really nice things about Druid, Guardian, but also any Druid spec. During WoD, there's a lot of those treasures that will take you like a moment to pick up normally, but then as a Guardian Druid, I also need to put Unbridled Fury. That's something I forgot to do. Put Unbridled Fury right there. I don't want to use my potion here, but I double-checked it for a second. I'm glad I did, because I almost forgot. But I'm going to be using it inside the cave over here. And Shift-E. But Druid is able to interact with things while flying, so there's a lot of quests where you basically just don't even need to kill mobs. You just zip around and loot all the items. You also can pick up treasures like that very quickly without having to worry too much about stopping to like land on a good spot Go here. I could technically use a speed potion, but I'm gonna keep swiftness potions on my bars just because. But here, this is a good place where I'm going to use my Unbridled Fury, just because I want to nuke this guy down as much as possible. This is one of like the more... He's not difficult per se, because he doesn't actually do a lot of damage, especially to tanks. DPS players may struggle with Korgal sometimes, but his tank damage is like really not bad at all. It's specifically that he just has a ton of health. Like, this is fast for a Korgal kill. Oh my god, it got the stun off on me at the last second. Not a huge deal at all, but that's just like, that's one of those like just kind of fuck you moments in the game. Okay, my Darkman's buff is about to expire. I'm just going to manually refresh it before I forget. So we got that. I don't need to do anything else right now. Got Moonfire up on all of these mobs. Nice, I managed to get the cage opened before the mob hit me. I'm just gonna kill that guy. I already got all the ogre teeth I need, so I don't actually need to stop and loot these guys. And shift into cat form, a little bit faster movement speed. Keydoke. What else? Might as well just refresh these. Can't hurt, you know? I still have 15 minutes, but... Oh, fuck. There was a weird delay. It's fine. Just fucking three-shot that guy. Alright. New PvP talents. Don't need any, but I'm just gonna hover to get that off. I'm gonna take Soothe. Come on, get. I'm gonna take Soothe, and then I'm going to take whatever the forest. Here we go. That. Finger of Korgal. Alright, and then we're going to do the Rexar quest. Look at how much XP that was. Whew. Like I said, honestly, I think you can justify... yeah, I need to interact with Nisha, release the creature from a chain. Then I get stunned. I need to complete this set of quests. So I could probably go to Lochmadon right now and I'll be fine. But I am going to stick around at least a little bit. And I'm going to complete the Rexar quests. And I actually did that area so fast that my Champion's Honor ability is still on cooldown. That is wild. Normally, it's already been off cooldown for like a minute or two by the time I get here. But I'm going so far ahead that I'm actually I'm like hamstringing myself. Because I need the, yeah. I need to use the Champion's Honor ability here because the Basilisks and Elementals drop a quest item. And I guess at the very least, I can get the quest halfway done, and then I can pull a bunch of stuff together. And yeah, fuck me. Because while I'm here, right, I'm not gonna leave the zone until I've gotten my second Champion's Honor off, but I expected this to line up perfectly, but I'm actually going so fast that I am ahead of my projections. Fuck. Alright. It's a good problem to have, right? Oh, can't really complain too much. Fuck, what do I do? I guess I get the Steam Fury stuff. At the very least, that means that I won't need to like go and kill extra mobs to get like the rest of the quest items, but I finished the Basilisk quest. Oh, this guy's evade bugged. I need to finish him off single target style. Ooh, almost got tapped. Already level 45. What the actual fuck? Yeah, stuff goes really, really, really fast at this point. What do I even do? Talent point, Stampeding Roar, put another point into Survival of the Fittest. I'm gonna wait just a second. My Champion's Honor just came off cooldown. Fuck. Stampeding Roar on Y, Skull Bash on F. Or no, Stampeding Roar on H. I don't know where I put Rebirth. I'm just gonna put there. I don't need it. Soothe, just put it there in case I need it. Revive. I don't need Revive. And Guardian Druid, anything else that I need? No. Okay, I can just keep going. Okay, there's a lot of basilisks here, so I'm going to try to avoid pulling the big guy. And then, okay, got this. We're just going to cleave all of these down. This should definitely give me the basilisk item. Yep. I was going to say if it didn't, I would have been just furious because what the fuck? All right. Get the elemental item. I'm just going to pull these guys really quick just because I want to be efficient. I need Orcthorn, right? Yeah, I need Orcthorn and I need Gronling Scale. I got Elemental Crystal. Okay, there was a weird lag there. Infested Vine Warden. Yeah, I need Orcthorn. I did not drop it. Gron Rock Thrower, because I need Gronai. Just gonna... And the nice thing, this time I am killing them as I loot, because if I get Gronai, right, then I know I don't need to kill any more Gron, but I didn't. So, kill the Orc. Focus him down. He did not drop anything. Infested Vine Warden. Oh, my Champion's Honor's up. Okay, so I didn't get any extras. Sometimes, if you're really fast there, just gonna Goblin Glider out of here. Yeah, sometimes if you're really fast, you can get, extras, but, you know. It might have actually even ended before I killed those last few guys. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, we're out of combat. We're good to go. So now I'm gonna head up here. I'm gonna turn in those Rexar quests. And... I actually am probably going to end well before I'm done with Lochmodon. But I still think that the mid-section of Lochmodon is probably going to be faster than the ending of Gorgrond. Ending of Gorgrond is kind of slow. We've gone through the most efficient bits of it. Like, there's a little bit more slightly efficient stuff in Gorgrond, but it's still going to be much, much slower compared to just doing things traditionally. In fact, I was actually even considering if I was not level 45 by this point, which... To be honest, if I hadn't gotten that godlike RNG, I would not be level 45. I was going to get to 45 by doing Rangari in the red, which is a really good subzone, instead of continuing up here. But we are past 45, and I haven't even handed in all my Proof of Strength trophies. So going to do all of this. This isn't even like... The craziest part about all of this, right, is this isn't even that far off from sub 2 hours. Remember when I said my goal for this run is sub 3 hours? I'm probably going to get sub 2.5, which is unreal, but I mean, I don't realistically think that actually sub 2 hours is possible. I don't physically know if you can as a solo player, right? I'm sure somebody is going to leave a YouTube comment like, I got boosted through Brackenhide Hollow and I did faster than your route because I paid somebody 200,000 gold to carry me through the dungeon. So therefore, this is not the real speed run because, you know, I can swipe my credit card and level faster than you. Or the classic, you know, oh, haha, I speed run faster than you. I press shop button and then I clicked and spend $60. Hee hee, I'm so funny. You know, I'm like the 20th sixth grader to leave that comment on your YouTube channel this week. Like, okay, buddy. Yes, I know there is a thing called a boost in World of Warcraft and you can spend money. That's not the point of a speedrun, right? You know, I will always say whenever people say dumb shit like that, the entire point of this, right, is, you know, I think that the enjoyable aspect of my speedrun is two things. One, the entertainment value, right? You know, I like to give commentary. I like to explain what I'm doing. I think the flashiness of the run is cool. You know, I always tell people 90% of the time save comes from 10% of the consumables. Like, obviously, these gear pieces that I'm using, they help. But do you really think this makes that much of a difference in the long run? Fuck no. You know, these gear pieces, they're nice, but they are not the end-all be-all in terms of getting time saves. It's a very minor thing. The reason I do it is because it looks cool. It's fun. You know, the spectacle of it, of getting all of these crazy different gear items and all these fancy consumables and putting together like the theoretical perfect speedrun. It's fun to watch. At least so I've been told, right? You know, it's fun to do. You know, pulling this off, you know, you get like massive dopamine hits, obviously, from putting together this like crazy fast speedrun. It's fun to run through, but also people have said they like watching it, right? That's why my speedruns generally are, at least the good speedruns, the ones that, you know, I put all the effort into, are some of my higher viewed videos, right? I think my current world record is actually As far as listed videos go, it's my second highest viewed. I have a few videos that still have more views, but they're actually now unlisted, like my Shadowlands leveling guide, which I've now taken down because obviously it's no longer Shadowlands. I accidentally disabled nameplates. Weird. Yeah, so that video definitely had more views, and then I had a Zereth Mortis video that like really popped off, and that was like my third most viewed video. And then I guess if we're counting YouTube shorts, then my frog clip is up there. It's like I think at this point, my second most viewed video, which is kind of wild. Even though I've only made 5 cents off it. How much have I made? I made $3 off my second most viewed video of all time because YouTube shorts are fucking terrible. Which is kind of depressing. Imagine if those were actual views instead of YouTube Shorts views. It's like, oh, no. I need to be looting these guys because they drop Trog Stonetooth. And there's probably going to be, there's a chance that I'll find chests in this section. There's a few different chest spawn locations, so I at least need to scan, scan with my eyeballs, right, to see if there are any. Don't see any, though. But yeah, it's what I'll always say is, you know, just I do the things in my runs that I think are fun for me as a runner. You know, if something I think seems overly tedious and not fun to do within the speedrun, and it's not like sometimes I'll do things in the speedrun, like, I'll be honest, I don't like doing TBC dungeons. I hate doing TBC dungeons. I fought tooth and nail to keep dungeons out of my leveling route. There we go. Took a little while. I really tried hard, but you know, for a while I was able to get a questing only route that was just as fast as TBC dungeons, but with the changes now, it's just so much faster to level through dungeons for the first few levels. And in Dragonflight 2, obviously I'm on the PTR right now, so I won't be doing any dungeon leveling through Dragonflight, but I can tell you right now, you're going to be doing a lot of dungeons if you want to be efficient when leveling in Dragonflight. And I don't like that. I don't like leveling through dungeons. Some people love it. A lot of people tell me they prefer spamming only dungeons, and personally, I don't get it. I hate my leveling speed being at the mercy of other people. I hate just, like, to me, it's so mindless, you know, running the same dungeons over and over, especially like Dragonflight, where it's like, I already do this shit multiple times a week to fill my Mythic Plus vault. I don't want to do it like 20 more times while I'm leveling up. Like, that is just so boring. I like the leveling because it's different, because it's like a fun little different challenge. You know, I don't get to do these quests every single day. Obviously, if I were to do a million of these runs back to back, I get burnt out, right? And that's why a lot of times I'll take multiple month breaks in between doing a bunch of these speedruns. But it is a fun thing to do every once in a while, especially when you're doing cool shit with the routing, you're making little changes. It's like, the way I approach my speedruns is it's like I'm playing a strategy game. And it's one of the reasons why I love games like Total War Warhammer 2. I love strategy games. And strategizing like the perfect setup, like getting all the preparation done, you know, the perfect route, and all of those things, that is just really fun for me. I really like doing that. So whenever I find like a new discovery, a new time save, it is like crack to me. And I love that. Absolutely love that. But like I said, I hate doing dungeons. I hate the TBC part of things. I was extremely stressed out for that entire section of the run. It's why I wasn't talking a ton back there. But now I can, you know, chill and do whatever, because this is more laid back. It is frankly easier to, you know, just slice through mobs really quickly than it is to try and do dungeons where I actually have a risk of dying. I'll admit that. I like it because it's easier. But also, that's the point of leveling. Leveling is meant to be chill. It's not meant to be like, oh my god, this dipshit healer. And also, like, you know, I like to be more laid back and chill during these runs. But here's the thing. I'm human, right? I get frustrated. So does everyone. So I'd be lying if I said that there weren't some testing runs that I did where I got like the worst groups ever, and I'm sitting there going like, you fucking idiot, not to the person, right? There's a difference between yelling at your monitor and yelling at the actual person, but I'll be sitting there saying, motherfucker, I can't believe this fucking guy isn't healing me. God damn it, blah, 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 blah. And I'll just be sitting there raging, screaming at the top of my lungs. And like, yeah, I am prone to tilt. I will tilt off the face of the fucking planet if I get bad RNG. I absolutely can. And that's just not fun for me, because I don't like to be sitting there when I'm trying to record a video and trying to do a chill speed run and just sitting there screaming at the top of my lungs being like, this motherfucking guy. And I would also feel bad because, like, you know, obviously the chances of him ever watching my speed run is low, right? That individual guy who wasn't healing me or whatever, he's probably never going to see this, but what if he does? You know, and then he's going to feel bad and he's going to be like, oh man, you know, this guy grilled me in front of you know, all of these viewers, right? You know, that it would make him feel bad. It would ruin his day or whatever. And I wouldn't want that, right? That would make me feel like shit. So overall, that's the main reason why I hate doing dungeons, because it's great when it goes well, but it's just so bad. I don't even know how I got on this subject. In terms of like why I like doing dungeons or don't like doing dungeons or something like that. Oh yeah, because the entire point, you know, for the most part, in terms of these speedruns is I think it's, you know, it's fun to do. It's fun to do, it's fun to watch. You know, that's kind of the entire point. And what is this quest? Yeah, now it's different. Now it's huh. So I did a speedrun a little while ago where it was on the PTR, right? Yeah, it was on the PTR, where all of the NPCs were in different locations, and they were actually in easier to reach locations. And I actually, like, I kind of jokingly said, "Oh, I think somebody from Blizzard is watching my runs because, you know, um, that they clearly made this change because I'm the only one who does Lock Modon speedruns." Like, partially joking, but I was really surprised that this random part of the Lock Modon segment was actually changed, and I'm like, wow, this is actually a really nice quality of life thing. And now it's not there. And it's not like they reverted anything. You know what I think happened? I think the reason why those NPCs were in the wrong spot during that one speedrun is because Midsummer Fire Festival was active. And I think somehow, because that is the only thing that is different between recording this run and when I did that other one. I think it was my Priest speedrun where I saw that. The only thing that has changed is when I recorded the Priest speedrun, the Midsummer Fire Fest was active, and during this speedrun, it is not. That is literally the only thing that has changed. So somehow there is some sort of correlation between the Midsummer Fire Festival and the location of certain mobs in Thelsimer. I really don't know why. That is a very oddly specific thing for the game to do. I'm actually going to drums here. This is like the only scary part in the entirety of the of this questing area. And like obviously it doesn't seem like that because I just fucking sliced through all of those mobs. But believe me when I say that pull, those gnolls hit harder than literally any other mob in Lock Modon. There is no other pull that I can do in this entire zone that is scarier than that rare mob and all of those guys, because they're like archers and they'll sit there and shoot. And then the rare mob puts like a debuff on you. I think it puts Fairy Fire on you that reduces your armor, and it also like actually hits surprisingly hard for like a generic rare mob. So very, very spooky. I've actually died to that before. Usually not during speedruns where I have all my OP shit, but I definitely have died to that gnoll pull. Actually a number of times. Because the funny thing is a lot of times I'm like, oh, that was a fluke, right? And, you know, I just think, I played wrong. I played or pressed my buttons the wrong way, and that's why I died to the gnolls. So then I'll do the exact same pull again with no changes and just get clapped once again, and then I'm like, okay, maybe this pull actually hurts. Maybe I need to start respecting the damage that these gnolls put out. And ever since I've at least tried to play it safe and take it seriously. Okay, there's a chest spawn location right here that I've seen a lot. Unfortunately, it's not up. There's still multiple other chest potential spawns. I decided not to check every area in the Trog thing from before. So it's possible that there was one, and I just didn't find it. I need one more bear rump. I think I can find bears this way. I'm pretty sure there's like one or two. Yeah, we can find 2 black bears, even though it wasn't showing up on my quest tracker. I can also now definitely want to take these off my bars. Bear Tartar stays. Where are my consumables? Oh, this requires level 51. So thanks. So I can do it in one more level. I'm just gonna move Drums of Deathly Ferocity because I'm sated anyway. So it's not like I can use drums until the point where I would be able to use Drums of Deathly Ferocity, so we're fine there. And then Battle Scarred Augment Rune I can actually use right now. It's just a direct upgrade. What the fuck just happened? I don't know if I lagged or if he just really quickly teleported behind me. Nothing personal, kid. Chest spawn potential in this cave? No chest. I think There's one more chest that can spawn. So I've talked about this before, but I have a theory with chest spawns. I don't know if anyone else has confirmed this. I don't know if anybody else has done the research into how chests in World of Warcraft are coded. But I have a theory that chest spawns are determined by like regions within a zone. So like this region, there are multiple points in which you can get a chest, and then every so often, when the cooldown is up, one of those points will spawn a chest. And there is a shared cooldown between a lot of it, which is why a lot of times, even if nobody's on this PTR server, I will only ever find, yeah, I have to go all the way down here for this guy. Even though this is a PTR server, you'll notice a lot of these chests that, I normally find aren't up. And that's because most likely somewhere, there's very good odds that there is a chest. One of these places contains one. It's just, there are multiple different chest spawns as part of a region, as I like to call it. That's just what I've been referring to it as. Stormpike's Orders, I think, is what I do next. Yeah, at Algaz Station. And then I do these quests, and then I go down there. Oh, no, that's just Explorers League document. Yeah, so there's multiple chest spawn locations, I think, within this region, and one of them is up. It's just, I don't know where. I believe a chest can spawn in this little area, so I'm just going to check just in case. Because chests are really good XP, so if it is up, I don't want to miss out on it. And it's the PTR, so it most likely is. So as long as it's on the way. I did hit 51, so I can do this. Shadow Core Oil. I have Bear Tartar active already. Oh, I forgot to refresh my scrolls before I was done. Not the end of the world, that's a very minor time loss, right? Cub is up. I believe one of the chest spawns is in this cave. Okay, so I would say there's, of course, a chance that there is no chest, but because I'm pretty sure that chests will always, unless somebody randomly came through here on the PTR and looted the chest, there most likely is a chest somewhere. I just need to find it. I'm not going to go out of my way to look for it, but I believe that there are a few places within the area up here, within the Kobold section that we're about to do. There are a few chest spawns here. Now, what this makes me think is, because I haven't seen one yet, I think the entire left side of Loch Modan is an entire chest region. But what I've noticed is that some areas you can find a lot of chests up at once, so it leads me to believe that certain zones have more chest regions than another. So the upper bound on the amount of chests that you can find in a single run, if you get really lucky, or if you're on a dead server or the PTR like I am, there's a potential for you to find a bunch of them and get really lucky. But Loch Modan so far, it seems, only has one chest region, that being the entire left side, because I haven't found one yet, which statistically is unlikely, unless the chest is in one of the areas that I did not check before, or if it's in this mine. So here's a common chest spawn. It's not up. Just gonna cleave these mobs down. I'm almost level 53. At level 53, I have some more gear. And remember what I said before about the last 10 levels of the run are just ridiculously fast? Look at how much XP I'm gaining. We are just cruising now. So I think the last possible chest spawn that we can find is at the very end. Oh, I also forgot to put Phantom Fire on my bars. Yeah, that goes there. Anything else? The very end of the mine here. So I'm going to go all the way to the end. I'm just going to pull all these guys with me, because why not, Just going to tag them with Moonfire. Use my necklace. Tag, you're it. Alright, no chest here. Yeah, so surprisingly did not find a chest. I was expecting to find at least one in this section. Or maybe it's possible that the area for chest spawns extends a bit further out, and maybe there's one within the lake bed area. It might seem like I'm hyper-fixating on this chest stuff too much. And perhaps I am. Oh, I actually can't use Swiftness Potions anymore. I've now passed the level for him. I can use Stampeding Roar. That's a nice speed boost. Perhaps I am hyperfixating, but eventually what I would like to do, one thing that I've looked this up, mind you. I've tried to find other sources on stuff like this, but I'm one of the only people crazy enough to be this serious about Wait, did I not finish the initial quest? I was not supposed to go into the mine there. Fuck. I was sitting here. See, remember I've said before in many other runs, reason I don't give a lot of commentary during world record attempts is because then I distract myself like this, where I'm going on about chests, forgetting that, you know, I need to finish this quest and then go turn this in to get the next part. And I waste my time. Man. That's unfortunate. That is actually like a 2-minute time loss by me being stupid and just doing this in the wrong order. So I'm actually going to kind of focus up because we are very safely under 3 hours, which is my initial goal. But I mean, this can be an incredible run if I actually focus up and allow it to be so, instead of being a fucking clown. Okay, I'm gonna equip my level 53 stuff. Do this real quick before I enter. Right, level 53 gear. Yeah, thing is, I'm so dumb because, like, part of my brain was telling me, like, this quest is supposed to be, I'm supposed to be interacting with, like, stuff on the ground, and I'm like, oh, I must be misremembering this. I doubt I'm actually supposed to be interacting with objects. I'm gaslighting myself into thinking that I'm supposed to be doing this. That's not an actual thing. And no, that is literally how this quest goes. It's just I didn't pick it up because I'm being fucking stupid. Anyways, yeah, I would like to, all that to say, eventually figure out how chest spawns work, because I think the more I understand about exactly, like, you know, every little mechanic of this game, the more I can, like, play around that and, you know, go even faster. And that way, like, if I were to figure out exactly where every single chest region is and whatnot, then I could theoretically map out all of the potential chest spawns within a single chest region. And that way, if I found one chest within that region, then I know not to actually search for any of the other chests because, you know, I won't find it. That is at least just my working theory. So I'm in stealth here. That way I don't get into combat with these guys. Not a huge deal if I do, it's just this is, you know, slightly faster, just because I want to be able to exit the mine and then immediately shapeshift into flight form, like so, without getting into combat. Saves a little bit of time, that way I don't need to kill anything. One of the advantages of Druid, right? You get stealth, so you can sneak past mobs, and you get flight form, so you can just immediately pop in there, and you don't have to, like, clear things out. How the fuck did it? What is go? Inventory is full. Oh, fuck. That, like, never happens. Shit. I've never had my inventory just be full. Wow. I really need to clear this out now before I forget, because during Dragonflight especially, I'm gonna need as much bag space as I can get from this. Alright, now we're good. I should hopefully not need any more bag space later on. I might have actually calculated this perfectly, leaving at 45, because all of this stuff is actually really effective. I think I am going to be short by the end of Loch Modan. Yeah, I think I will end up not short at the end of Loch Modan. I think it will be over. I'll be over XP by the end of Loch Modan, and I'll finish it way before I actually needed it. And pick up this quest. I can click it. Loch Buzzard, and yeah, Murloc Scent Gland, Loch Buzzard words. Yeah, so it's possible there's a chest in the Murloc area. Maybe that's where it's hiding. Whitefin is all the way up here. I actually normally don't find him here. This is like the very edge of his patrol route. But that's why I always check all the way up here, just in the off chance. What I can do is, if I'm, like, really close to dinging, I can go ahead and just hunt down a bunch of rares and just get the really fast, like, bursts of experience. We're not there yet. We're not, like, about to hit level 60. But, you know. And then when I'm about to hit level 60, I will need to reopen my aforementioned cheat sheet, because the route from 60 to 62 is actually fairly complex, what I'm going to be doing here. Some of that will feature into the updated guide, Some of that is just kind of cheesy 50% XP buff, lets me do a lot of really dumb stuff kind of thing. But a decent amount of it will be in the final update for the written guide. I should note, as for the update to the guide, right? So I've said before that I'm going to be making a guide update for patch 10.1.5. The exact details on when that's going to come will be, it'll be like a week or so from now, probably like a little over a week, because I could technically make like small adjustments to the written version of 10 to 60, and I probably will do that, because I'm not going to be making another video guide for 10 to 60. And honestly, there's not enough changes to this section of the route that really warrants a video guide. What I might do is, at the end of my updated 60 to 70 guide, I might include some notes on, by the way, some additions to my original leveling guide, very small things, because a lot of this, keep in mind, like a lot of these optimizations I'm doing are because of the 50% buff. The route itself will not change drastically, and a lot of the other stuff I've done, this is already from like my previous world record speedrun, the TBC dungeons and stuff. So there's that. But this, mostly the biggest change is, let me actually bloodlust this, just because I'm just going to swipe it down. Swipe down Gauchaldir. Crocolisk Jaws are not dropping very well right now. This has been not the best luck. No loot. Fuck me, man. Gotten all my lock buzzards. Crocolisk Jaws are really not playing well. Okay. Pull 3. Also going to pull in a Mudbelly Boar, because why not? Just more mob kill XP. If I can cleave them all down at the same pace, right? That's the nice thing about Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid can pull an infinite number of mobs into it and just kill them all at the exact same speed. Fucking hell, man. I think this might be my all-time worst RNG on Crocolisk Jaws on this quest. This is really unlucky. I don't think it's ever taken me this long to get every single one. There we go. Yeah, we got it. Not the worst, not the worst, not the worst. I should also, while I fly, one thing I need to do is Elwyn Forest. Make sure I'm not... Yeah, Elwyn Forest, I can abandon all those. Shadowmoon Valley. Abandon all Gorgron quests. Stormwind City. I could abandon that, yeah. Those are the big ones. 55. Did I equip my 53 gear? I did. Only thing that changes at level 55 is I now cancel that, and I'm just going to eat fried bonefish, and while I do that, I'm going to open my quest log and abandon the riding quest, abandon wetlands, Westfall, I can abandon, keep that, because it's just going to give it to me anyway, Talador, abandon. Dragonflight tends to have a lot of quests, so I do actually need to, moderate my quest log and make sure that, I'm actually doing it properly. And what I am going to do is, because I'm probably going to hit level 60 on the other side of the zone, so I'm not going to get a chance to turn in these Explorers League documents, is I'm just going to go and do that, like, right after this. So, check my bags, open this, Moss-hide tagged, out of range. There we go. Got credit without getting into combat. Perfect. My Storm and Portal Stone is actually off cooldown now. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, so I'm actually just going to pop in here, just complete these quests while I'm at it. Okay, 56. Light form. It's little things like that, it doesn't seem like it's that important, but being able to just quickly shapeshift and just bam, 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 you're just bouncing around, quickly shapeshifting into the exact form you need. I did this in the wrong order. I should have picked up this quest first. Right? Yeah. Not the end of the world. But, just now you know. But, you see how many times, right? Like, I leave the building and I quickly shapeshift into flight form. And it doesn't seem like much, but all of those times when you're not casting your mount and then having to mount it manually, that adds up over the course of the run. That is why Druid is so good. It's so subtle, right? You don't really think about flight form as being a massive time save, but it is so much over the course of the run that you just save by being able to just instantly shapeshift. Bam, you're done. All right, then mobs spawn up there, and I just kill those mobs. I forgot to refresh my draft of 10 lands. That is not good. That's actually really bad. This is why I should have been using my cheat sheet. There's a chance that it is not the end of the world, though. I mean, I'm doing so well, right? But the entire point of this is, right, we want to set up a perfect speedrun where I do everything perfectly. I have 15 minutes left on it. There's a chance that in 15 minutes Oh, there's the chest. Dark Iron Treasure Chest. Okay, that's good. Chain of the Spinner. Yeah, the only thing is, I think I'm going to miss out on crafting XP. I might need to do some really jank shit. No, I really can't justify doing anything super out there. Like Hara's teachings. Yeah, I just need to take the L. You also notice that I didn't pick up that take the L on the fucking thing. I didn't pick up that thing, and that's just because I'm not going to be heading back there. I'm not going to go all the way back just to do these two turn-ins, these two quests. It's better to just keep questing here. You know, this will get me there faster. It's just unfortunate that I forgot. Man, how did I fucking forget that? I feel like such a fucking idiot for forgetting to do that. It's kind of important too. That's 10% XP, and I could have carried that through a significant portion of the route. So this will end up being around 10 minutes slower than it could have been in the end. Just think about that when you see the final time and know that I fucked up and lost about 10 minutes just because I forgot to refresh my buff. Man. And that's the thing, these speedruns, there's so many, and there, in all of my testing runs, right, there were a million other things that I forgot. So I would say, all in all, I have made fairly minimal mistakes this run compared to some of my other runs where I forget like a bunch of other things and completely cock it up. This is definitely not as bad as it could be. That's a pretty bad mistake, I will be honest, forgetting to refresh my 10% XP pot. That's definitely not the kind of mistake you want to make, but it's tough. Man, it's tough remembering to do all this shit when you're like leveling so quickly. Remember at exactly 49 to refresh your XP pot. I usually remember, but then hey, it's so easy to just not think about it. And the next thing you know, bam, there it is. We're gonna check for Lord Kondar. He has a very long patrol range, so if he's like down here, I want to make sure I snag him now. Lord Kondar, he's probably up. Just a question of finding him efficiently. I'll have to get him while I do these quests. That's annoying. To you. I'm gonna actually focus up here because there's Lord Kondar. Every little moment of time save now really makes a difference now that we're on the clock to maximize my 10% additional XP. In fact, I'm going to flashbang myself. I'm going to actually reopen my documents, my cheat sheet. Make sure I get this right. Okay. Do that. We're going to the moment I do this, I'm not going to do any of the other quests in this particular area. I'm going to go down towards the lock, and I'm going to do all of those, complete those, and that should get me to 60, along with there's a bunch of rare mobs along that area. Come on. I got one of those. I can turn that in along with the other quests. So I'm going to pass by this cave. I don't have the quest for this cave, but there's a chest spawn in that cave that I've seen a lot. We're not guaranteed to find a chest because there's a few areas that I just simply won't be exploring. And I'm not sure if Shanda the Spinner is part of this chest spawn area. Okay, it's not up. So we're going to get Ashtail, And we're going to get, obviously, a bunch of hill foxes. So just tag all of the hill foxes. Nice. Ashtail's in a good spot. Able to just do all of these at once. But yeah, an Ashtail just straight to me. Very nice. So I use drums, and it's on cooldown. Whoops. Or I forget, I want to take Circle of Life and Death, and then I want to take Heart of the Wild. Or the Wild Circle of Life and Death. Okay. Then I need to get these pine cones. Heart of the Wild goes on Shift T. Yeah, these pine cones, they're hard to spot. I can get them while I'm in flight form, though, which is, one of the nice things about being a druid. And I don't need to pick up the other quest item because I'm not going to be going back to do all those turn-ins. Pine cone. I only need one hill fox, so I'm just going to quickly nuke you down with them all. Alright, 2 more pine cones. I want to trend towards this area as I grab them. So, where are they? Here we go. One more. I need 2 more pine cones. Whatever the fuck they're called. There's one more. Final pine cone. Okay. That's that quest done. We're going to go for a big turn in there, and that should rocket me all the way up to level 60. So we're going to kill all these guys. The rare mob Nyx is going to be in this area. Yeah, there it is. You can see it's the little wasp over there. Just going to be pulling all of these guys. Crash. And it mounts up. Airform. Tag. 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 I'm going to drag a bunch of stuff into this pull. It's going to be a big one, and then I'm going to do Berserk. One of them evaded. It's not good. It's not the end of the world, but not thrilled about it. Okay, good. Those. Maybe make an argument that maybe I should have picked up all those quest items. That maybe it would have been faster to just hand all of those guys in. It's hard to say. Do I still need Mudbelly Boars? We're going to check this area, some chest potentials, and there's one rare mob here, so that's a nice extra chunk of experience. This should ensure that we get sent all the way to max level. Yeah, Geoshaper Marin. I will quickly at least look around for chests. Not seeing any. On that with the Twilight Landshaper, so I gotta kill this. Fortunate, I barely tagged this with fucking Thrash. We're fine, we're fine. Yeah, I don't see any chests. I don't think. Maybe I missed one. But this should be, if not enough to get me to max level, what I'm gonna do is if this alone isn't enough to get me to max level, I can very quickly, you know what, I'm going to take a detour here. I'm going to kill Emog the Crusher. He's another rare mob. Definitely not going to make it this far out. So, yeah, Emog the Crusher, actually really good spot. He's very close to the exit. Right. Chunk of XP. Push my buffs as I go. Really not even much else I can do. I can start getting my next set of consumables on my bars. Put Glacial Fury, Veiled Augment Rune. This. 59. And I guess Old Sooty's Head, that's a really fast one that I can do. I'm just trying to find like any sort of quest that I can quickly complete. And then I think Bird is the Word gives full XP, right? Yeah, Bird is the Word, and there's going to be a rare mob in that cave. So I think, even though it seems like a weird order to do this in, this is probably the fastest because it's going to get me out of there really quickly. So I'm actually going to stop back by the lodge, turn this in, continue to clean up my stuff. So which quest is this? It's all the way over here. Right, yeah, and then we're almost good to go. Yeah, so I'm definitely not, I'm going to lose out on a decent amount of the 10% buff. Yeah, I tried to play it as clean as I could with that. It is what it is. I fucked it up. I have only myself to blame. Optimo should get me there. Come on. Oh, I got the tag. Lust. And then this rare mob XP should get me barely short. We're fine, we're fine. I just get to the end of the cave. Just reach the end of the cave, ignore everything else. Continue cleaning this up. I have Buzzing Rune on my bars. I have Veiled Augment Rune on my bars. Move that there, take that off. Drums of whatever. Shocking Disclosure. That's all that stuff. It's level 60. And then let me just double check. I didn't turn in Old Sooty's Head? I literally clicked it. What do you mean? That actually 30-second time loss. Apparently I didn't click it. Okay. Yes, I'm going to be removed from time locking campaigns. Use the Chromie Scroll. So now I'm referring to my cheat sheet again. At level 60, use Chromie Scroll. Learn blacksmithing, tailoring, cooking. I might just be able to barely get the 10% on at least the Darkmoon quest items, which would be significant. This is, did not expect it to take me here. A little bit bad, but we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Tailoring. I thought it was going to take me to Chrome. I did not expect it to take me there. Talk to the panda, learn cooking. If I'd known that it was going to take me here, I actually would have done this earlier in the route. It's not really a very significant detour, though, because I have fast flying, right? So this is ridiculously fast. Yeah, so I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to head to Darkmoon Fair Mystic Mage. Take me to the fair staging area. This. Gunshoes. Okay. Cancel this. Do this. All right. Turn this stuff in. Okay. Darkmoon Defender. I'm going to go over here to do Darkmoon Top Hat. That object is busy. What do you mean that object is busy? Okay, I got as many as I actually needed. I don't need that quest. To you. Oh, nice. I can use the... I got this new... Somebody mentioned to me in my Discord about Mimi, because I've been saying names, right? Mentioned that add-on that lets you interact with stuff. So, definitely going to be nice when I do the Horde route. There's a lot of things where quest items you can interact with mobs will be nice to have as an extraction button, but there is one nice little case, at least in the Alliance route, where I can make use of it. Or actually, technically everybody's route, right? Because that is, that's just part of that stuff. Right. This, horseshoe, horseshoe, and put the horseshoes on. Then I need to use the Black Dragon Scale. Where is the Black Dragon Scale? There we go. Lost Dragon Scale, it's going to take me to Rathian. I get the 10%. Okay. So in the end, not the end of the world. The most important thing is I needed that 10% to barely push me into 61. Ooh. 40 seconds. I can turn this in. Yeah. This barely pushes me into 61, which means that while I'm waiting on the boat, I can basically get all my gear set up and I'm not like one level away. Because it's really awkward. Listen to Rathian and Rally, and this is what I need to do. Come on. Well, I'm still getting the 10% bonus. It's just those quests give pitiful XP, unfortunately. But I should still, from these two quests, they give 1,700, really bad XP, man. You know what? Actually, fuck this. I didn't realize how bad the experience here was. Is this actually worth doing? Isn't this supposed to be scaling better? I'll do this just because I can do it on the way to other stuff. I feel like this is supposed to be giving more. I don't think this always gave this pitiful amount of experience. Whatever. Let's just hope that we get good RNG. Good RNG with the boat. If the boat's right there, that's the Kul'tiran boat. We got bad boat RNG. We got bad boat RNG. That's fine though. It's not it is not really the end of the world at all. So what I can do is this. Oh, that's the Legion Returns. Yeah, because I never did that. Oh. Alright, Khadgar's gonna pop through the portal. And then ask Khadgar what happens. Do that. Any moment now, I'll get 61. Right? Okay, head up here. I can take all my dragon riding talents from here. This has been, unfortunately, not the most efficient. And, like I said, I am trying for sub 2 hours, and this is looking unlikely. I'm still on track for, because I had such an insanely good 10 to 60, I am still definitely on track for sub 5 hour overall, 10 to 70, but 10 or 2 hour 60 to 70 is looking unlikely. It's looking not super easy to hit. Oh yeah, just a heads up, I might get a memory leak here. Even on the PTR, sometimes when you enter Valdrakken, game shits itself. And if that happens, I will be restarting my game really quick. Won't take me very long. Mounts, Highland Drake. Come on. There we go. Okay. Why? Oh. I hate this game sometimes, man. I actually fucking hate this game sometimes. Search forward. Just none of my dragon riding things are on my bars for literally no reason. There's absolutely no reason why that is just not there. Testing. Okay, it looks like no memory leak. Sometimes in the PTR it doesn't happen because there's nobody here, which is nice. All right, I got 61. Now I can finally equip my gear for level 61. Cloak. This. That's. This is faster, by the way, flying from Valdrakken if the boat is not in an ideal position. I have tested it, because I have gotten bad RNG many times during my testing runs. Yeah, you can see it's only just leaving, so I would have had to wait for a while. for that to actually be on time. I'm gonna quickly add sockets. Yep. Add sockets. Yep. Then I'm gonna do this, apply, do this, apply. And then let me just check. I think all my stuff is in order. I'm missing something. 265 item level, what am I forgetting? Is it just that the... no, I think 265 is fine. I'm just gaslighting myself. I think I'm fine. I think I've gotten everything. Yeah. And then the next thing I'm using won't be until 66. Yeah, I'm just gaslighting myself. I'm actually totally fine. Okay. Pick up this. All right. Yeah. Bone enters Dragon Isles. I've already spent all my dragon riding points. I need to kill this because there's whelp scales that I need to loot. I need to abandon tailoring. That's something I still need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this professions, tailoring, unlearn, and then I'm going to Control-C, Control-V. This is a surprise tool that will help us later. All right, and still doing pretty good. You know, I'm panicking, right, obviously, because I expected to have 10% more XP, but the reality is I planned out this route so that I'm, like, way ahead on XP. I still have plenty of efficient stuff that I can do. You know, it's really not the end of the world. Obviously, it's never fun when your plans go awry, especially because this time I don't have anybody to blame but myself. You know, I can't say, ah, darn, you know, we got really bad dungeon RNG, guys, the run's dead. No, I literally only have my own stupidity and my own failure to remember to press one button. What the fuck? Shocking disclosure. Look at that! Look at that damage! Oh, this thing is nuts! Oh, this potion is so crazy. It does so much damage. It just insta-killed everything. Yeah, so now I need to go fight the Mantid Queen before this thing falls off. Yeah, look at the damage it's doing! Oh, if you ever wondered why you use Shocking Disclosure while leveling. Jesus Christ. That is crazy. That is actually just so broken. I'm stuck in combat with something. I think it's these guys. I think I accidentally got too close to them. That's what I'm guessing. Yep, it was those. Then I need to kill one more Proto-Drake, and I need to talk to you. The exit's over here. Oh my god, I'm stuck in the lava, I'm stuck in the lava! That is not good. Just gonna grab this Proto-Drake. I'm stuck in combat with these snails, which is gonna suck. Because like an idiot. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Come on. Come on, get out of combat with the snails! These snails have a leash range, right? Come on! Fucking snails! Am I still in combat with them all the way up here? Do I need to kill them? I've never gotten in combat with those snails before, and apparently they just have an infinite leash range. That is lovely. That is so lovely. I'm still in combat with the snails. The snails are actually inting my speedrun. You have got to be fucking shitting me, of all the things to lose time to. Finally, I dropped combat with the fucking snails, man. What am I doing? What am I doing? Inquire about the missing dragons. Oh, just Sendrax is a slow motherfucker. Okay. Making shores. I'm gonna just click on all of these because it's just free XP. Then we're gonna talk to Sendrax, and I need to make sure I do this correctly. At Wingrist Embassy. Herbalism. This one. Herbalism. I'm gonna pick up this quest. Then we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go down to Herbalism. Control V, unlearn. Then we're gonna go to skinning. Talk to skinning. This. Yes. Yes. Pick up the quest. Then we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go to professions. We're gonna go to Control V, unlearn. You. Talk. Talk. Ah. Talk. Dragon Isles leatherworking. We're gonna do create. create, create, and then I'm gonna pop this open, or need to grab the quest first. Do this, unlearn. And then finally talk to mining, train me in mining, you, grab your quest, and then I'm going to head over here. I'm going to click this, Control V, all, unlearn. All right. I'm the new arrival, to begin filling out the form, blah, 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 blah. Only use outside gun shoes. Cancel gun shoes, do this. Still walking. This, click, and skip that. Head over here, pick up enchanting. Then I head over here, talk to Suja. Approaching elementals, then I can do dragon riding. And down here, refresh my Darkmoon Fair buff. Good thing I noticed that animation going off. It was like very right up in front in your face. Hard to miss. Okay, started the RP. So now that I've started the RP, this is the important part. So I'm going to pick up these side quests. I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab blacksmithing. I'm going to take blacksmithing. I'm going to go professions over here, throw that there. Chanting. I'm looking at the wrong one. Fuck. Dragon Isles, filter by first craft bonus, create. Create. Train me. Blacksmithing again. I'm just going to do create all. Then we're going to stutter step it. Ceravite skeleton key. Stutter step it. I need to make sure that I'm still gaining XP. So, for the record, in case you aren't familiar with this, right now there's nothing I can do to skip this RP. This is the longest, worst, most unskippable RP there is. It may look like, you know, Sendrax, the NPCs are just sitting there. It may seem like they're bugged out, right? But no, they just, it's the longest RP fucking ever. It's so ridiculous. I honestly don't even know why they have RP this long, right? Do I actually need to talk to Sendrax? Nope, nope. See, I keep getting gaslit. That's how bad the RP is. I've done this so many times, and I still think to myself, I must be doing something wrong, right? I must have forgotten to enable a step. No, it's just that long. It is so long that despite doing it multiple times, I still sit here and go, oh, I must be doing something wrong, right? Fucking goddamn piece of shit. All right. Then Draconium Dirk. All right. Blacksmithing Trainer. Now let me just check. Am I still gaining XP from creating these? I am not, right? No, I've gotten all my first crafts done. Okay, so talk to Rathian right as the end of the or right as the RP ended. So start Silistra's RP. Then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go all the way up here. Then skip this, and then I'm gonna exit this. That puts it on a 1 minute cooldown. Then I can head out here. I'm just gonna use my potion here to just delete this stuff. Come on, loot the mob. Alright. Took a second to make sure I actually got it. And I don't need to loot these elementals, I can just kill them really quickly by running into them and letting my shocking disclosure do the rest. Right, I need to get the volcanic geodes. I also need to use Glacial Fury ×2. Let me just use my buzzing rune before I forget. Right, there we go. I've gotten all my gear. Yeah, I've already equipped my gear. Yeah, fly to the... I'm just checking, looking at my thing. Fly there, use all those items. Okay. Oh, that was clean. Oh, that was really clean. Look at that fucking movement. Just cleanly straight into the fucking cave. Oh, that was beautiful. That's what I love to fucking see. All right, all right. I have to keep double checking, making sure a memory leak hasn't happened. Oh, did not want to pull those fucking brambles. It's just pulsing. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I've done all the setup. Flight ashore, get all that stuff. Bail from crafting as soon as RP finishes. Well, I got all my RP done. Any leftover first crafts? I don't need to. Okay, I think, yeah. There's a few things that I still want to... Alright, so Sendrax is going to take a little bit to become available. But I can go ahead, turn this quest in. Yep, I've gotten Aiding the Accord done. Hop on this, do the final one, and then I'm just going to be able to skip the cutscene, jump down, immediately complete the quest. Nice. Hop over, and I complete Aiding the Accord. It's a nice chunk of XP. Talk to Sendrax, start her long stuff. Right, and then I can clean out my bags a little bit while this is all going on. Just delete, 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 delete. Doesn't matter what happens, I can just keep blasting this stuff. Nothing that I vendor at this point matters. And all these items, none of them are important. Blah, 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 blah. I just want to make sure that I have bag space for the rest of the speedrun. I don't even need this gear. This is my old gear. At this point, though, I don't want to touch anything else because now we're going to get to points or things that I will need. Those are my old heirlooms. Yeah, I've already equipped everything I need. So at level 66, this is the next time. I'm going to put this stuff all the way at the end of my bags just so that when I need to find it, I can easily find it. Bit of that, move that there. And I think that's it in terms of consumables. I can open up... Yeah, that doesn't give anything. Open that up. Autokite grips. No, it's worse than what I have. Does this scale all the way up? 194. That actually does scale fairly high. Not going to use it because it's worse than what I have. But yeah, I've used all my consumables that I need. And from here, it is mostly just straightforward Dragonflight questing. When did I'm trying to remember when I entered Dragonflight. I want to say it was 2 hours, 40 minutes. Something like that. Let's say 2 hours, 30 minutes, give or take. I know it was past that. It was somewhere in between. I think it was like 2:37 or something. But I'm going to use 2 hours, 30 minutes. So I just want to know where I'm at for sub 4. Or, whatchamacallit, for sub 2 hours, I mean. Sub 4 is not going to be possible overall. I don't really know if that's actually even achievable. Maybe with, like, godlike RNG, and maybe if I hadn't missed the XP pot, because I would have had 10% additional experience for all of that, which would have been very good. I think that could have maybe been the difference, but I don't really think so. But I still think sub 2 hours, 60 to 70 is reasonably achievable. Shouldn't be too difficult. Come on. Come on, stupid whelp. Stupid whelp. Sub 2. I should still be on track for it. It's going to be tighter. Piece of shit. These whelps keep giving me trouble every time I've done this quest practicing. Just, the interact button doesn't fucking work. Right. Okay. Okay, we head up here. Rathian comes over. Fresh Mark of the Wilds before I forget. Alright. I'm gonna grab a bunch of Kalashi in here. So this is a pretty big pull that you can do at the start here. And then I'm just going to use my potion right out of the gate. Just to... I think, honestly, using Shocking Disclosure as much as you possibly can early on is probably a good play, because this thing just does so much damage that every single cast of Shocking Disclosure is just so much time save, just because it's just broken. The drums here kill this guy really quickly. Get rid of you. Head over here. Have you observed? I'm going to do this pull really quickly just because I want these guys to have respawned by the time I come back here from the other side of the camp, because this is like one of the most efficient pulls that you can do in this section. So if I do this now, then they'll all be back up when I'm over. And then if I'm still short... Oh, wait, no, I'm actually really good on the bonus objective. This pull should definitely do it. All right, we're fine. We're sitting pretty. All right. Yeah, that was enough to complete it on its own. Jesus Christ. Okay. Did they nerf this bonus objective? It used to be kind of a volley to finish. That was actually really nice. Dodge the chain, zip around. And now I can just be really efficient and only pick fights with mobs I actually need to kill. Here. Okay. I think, where's the other quest guy? Right there. I think I can just kind of spam Maul, and that's for single target going to be my best option. Yeah. All right, and we got that. Talk to you. What have you observed about the Jarden? Lystra. And Kepror, point into that. I almost missed one. Go here. Rename drafts. Then I'm going to quickly take this stuff, put it on my bars. Rage of the Sleeper goes there. Raise goes there. Incap Roar goes on Y. You. Just gonna pull this entire fucking thing. All my cooldowns, just full send it, just pull all of these fire elementals. Just raise, 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 thrash, thrash, thrash. Raise not overriding Maul is actually quite nice. That's a really, really huge quality of life change, I think, for Druids. I did not like losing out on Maul, because Maul's really good single target. Raise is a little bit inefficient for single target. So the problem with taking Raise is it kind of gimped your single target damage. Now you can take it and just enjoy the extra AoE damage without worrying about like doing way lower single target. Okay, we're gonna do this. All right, that. Head to Sundrax up ahead. Yeah, so 430 is kind of what I need to beat if I want to do sub 2, 60 to 70. It's gonna be tough. But yeah, tough, but I think I might be able to do it. Okay, just need to pull a bunch of mobs. Don't have bleed on that guy, so I'm losing mangle damage, but it's not a huge deal. Okay, I need to cross. There's a book over here that I need to pick up for this quest. In case you guys didn't know, you have to stay away from those primal conduits. Every single time I do this fucking quest, every time I touch it, Sendrax, stay away from those primal conduits, and people wonder why everybody was glad she was dead. Because, like, no hate to her voice actor, but also just, like, the writing is terrible for Sendrax. And the way that the dialogue pops up within the questline itself is just super fucking annoying. I need to kill Farava the Rekindler. It's Farava. Like, look at this, my health bar doesn't even move, and everything just fucking dies. That's the power of Guardian Druid right there. Oh my goodness. I need to head to the top floor. Around, head in here. I don't even need to kill any more Primalist forces. Okay, there's a book on the bottom floor here. I believe so? Where's the book? I'm 99% sure there's supposed to be a book here. Yeah, it's by the fucking fireplace. I'm good to go. Okay. I fucked up slightly. You're supposed to turn those in. Yeah, because now Syndrax is going to do her long RP walk all the way over. Slight time loss. I should have gotten her over here ahead of time. I'm just going to kill these guys in the meantime. Not the end of the world. Right, Syndrax. And then I need to make sure I gun shoes this. Or do I need to refresh any buffs? No, my buffs are pretty good. I think I can refresh my fried bonefish here. This is probably a fairly good spot. Hold on, Syndrax. You're going to have to take your time with your death. I need to... There we go. And then we skate all the way back. Syndrax is such a drama queen. Okay, so we head up here. Stuck in the terrain. One thing I like about this is this quest means that gun shoes are still actually somewhat relevant, even in the parts of the campaign where you have dragon riding, just because, you get this, this little skip. Okay, so talk to you. Take me with you to see the blah blah blah. Now we can stretch. This is... I don't really think I have much else I can do to clean up my bags. I have 71 empty bag slots. Yeah. Should really need to do... What level am I? I'm 64, I believe. It's 64. I'm on pace. It's been, what, 30 minutes since I started, 60 to 70. And, yeah, we're chilling. Obviously, the 10% nerf sucks, but one of the nice things is because the 10% buff requires you to carry that over from a 10 to 60 run, or requires you to carry it over from 10 to 50. I didn't do any of my actual testing with the draft of 10 lands, so during my test runs where I kind of put together basically a segmented practice run where I got under 2 hours, I did not have the 10% buff. So in theory, we're still fine. It's just, I was hoping I could get it even faster, get like, a super speedy run. And I was not able to. Right, so we turn this in. Professions, we go to enchanting, we go unlearn. Alexstrasza, cutscene skip. Then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to tailoring. Tailoring trainer, train me. 1, 2, and then I pick this up. All right. I go over here. I talk to Hephaestus. Landed a little bit short, but yeah. Okay, Artisan's Courier, yep. I hate how it does this. I hate how I fucking have to manually click it. For whatever reason, my auto-complete thing doesn't work for these quests. It gets, like, part of the way there, and then some of them it doesn't. Is this, like, a full quest worth of XP? It's like a decent amount. Speak to Thomas about quality. What do you want me to give? Or no, yeah. I don't think I can do the other quests, but that was fine. 2k XP, why not? One thing I'll do, I'll kill rares as I get over here. There's 2 really easy ones that I can hit. I actually forgot to include this in my notes, but this is one of those, like, in the middle of the run, as I'm flying over here, I just realized, wait a second. I want to be doing this. I want to be killing these mobs, because this is efficient. This is time save. By the way, fun little thing about Heart of the Wilds, this buffs Moonfire damage. So even though I'm not shapeshifting, Heart of the Wild is still a damage increase because you use Moonfire in your rotation as Bear. And Heart of the Wild buffs all balance spells. Moonfire is considered a balance spell, so it is affected by Heart of the Wild. A little thing. I actually didn't know that. I mean, I don't main Bear, right? I play Bear for speedruns, and I don't really play it outside of that. But I forgot, I think it was Pal, somebody in my guild who told me about this. So shout out to Pal for that info. Did not know, I mean, I found this out like months ago, right? I already knew this before starting the run, but just a little cool tidbit of information that I figured some people might find kind of neat, because it's not the most intuitive thing in the world. You don't really think like, you know, oh, it's just part of your rotation. Heart of the Wild is kind of presented as a, like, you basically play like an off-roll thing and get a damage buff, but in reality, you can just slam it, and you get the same exact effect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dismount, and I'm going to go into bear form, and I'm actually just going to channel Emerald Slumber and recover my cooldowns here. This thing's terrible. That's 400% faster. This thing fucking blows ass. I thought it was better. Yeah, that fucking sucks. That is terrible. Why was I even considering using that? What could I replace this garbage talent with? I don't think I can replace it because it Den Mother. Yeah, I can't change it while it's on cooldown. Whatever. I'll just take Den Mother for an extra 15% health, I guess. And then Control 4, I can use Rage of the Sleeper here. That was like pitiful CDR. But hey, I tested it. Now you guys know, never pick Emerald Slumber. It's just not worth it. At least for world content. I can't speak for like bear PvP, because it is a PvP talent. Maybe there's like some niche use case or something like that. But definitely not for leveling. I'm also kind of running low on Dragon Riding Vigor. In fact, yeah, I'm kind of out right now. I have to do ground skimming to get it back. A lot of people say ground skimming is terrible. Ground skimming is kind of nice because it is one of the only ways of vigor restoration that you can reliably get, like, even when you've kind of, you know, gone dry. So there's no other way, because a lot of the other ways to restore vigor, you either need to be killing stuff or like looting an herb or whatever. Ground skimming is the only thing. What the fuck? Fucking lag, maybe not click that. Ground skimming is the only thing that, like, by doing dragon riding slightly differently, you get like some vigor restoration. And it procs more often than you might think, because you're not always going fast enough to trigger Through All the Skies. So if you're not always going super duper fast, you can just kind of bank near the ground or near like a cliff or something like that. It also works if you're going like up a cliff, right? You get credit for that as well. So yeah, I've seen a lot of hate towards ground skimming. A lot of people saying it's like a completely worthless dragon riding talent. But like, you know, if you're gonna say that ground skimming is a worthless talent, fucking what is it? The hard aerial stop. This thing, aerial halt. This is completely trash. There's absolutely no reason to ever use the aerial halt. The only reason the aerial halt is in the game is because it's an important utility thing, right? Like, obviously, if you're going super fast, you want to be able to stop just because you don't need to do the circling thing. Like, it helps you get those flags. Or I think this is Nagasarai, right? Yeah, that's Nagasarai. I don't want to do that one. So yeah, it's like, it's a nice utility thing, but the fact that some people will actually say that, like, oh, ground skimming is like the most worthless dragon riding thing ever. It's like, it's not insanely useful. There are better dragon riding perks than it for sure. but it's just a flat bonus on top of everything else. So why not? You know? Can't complain. What did I? Soul Supplier. Oh, I'm missing one Feral Bloom pod? Did I not click this one? Man, I'm getting robbed. I swear to God, I'm getting fucking robbed here. There are so many times where I am 100% sure that I have clicked something, and I think I'm just maybe, like, I'm getting ever so slight lag, and that the very, very, very slight lag causes it to not register. Ah, unfortunate. Kassar, I think, oh, I need to get supplies first. So I just need to do this, do a big pull here. And get all this stuff down. Can do Shocking Disclosure, just erase these mobs really quick. There's 65, that's pretty good. I'm very short. Barely short getting this done. I do Barkskin, Brambles is decent extra damage. Raise, nice, but that was a clean raise. Talk to you. And I have to let you out of your cage. Retrieve collar. Then over here. And then over there. Dodge the trees. Nice. I weaved that pretty well. Ah, I got interrupted. Unlucky. Unlucky. This. Do I need to refresh my buffs? I always double check. I'm like, you know, any of my buffs low? No? Alright, we're good. But that way I don't end up in a situation where one of my things has fallen off and I've forgotten to get it back up. That whole sentence just did not sound good. Alright. Get this. I need to get one more Shaman totem, I believe. So Mudfin Shaman. There. Barkskin. This. Alright. Ah. Fuck that a little bit. Okay, heading here. I think that's all the quest objectives complete. Yep. And then like to turn in this stuff. So after I hand in all of this stuff, I'm going to be heading down. Oh my god, I'm stuck in a fucking tree. After this, I'm going to be doing a subzone in southern Onaran Plains. Telling of it to your friends. Turn this stuff in, and I need to pick up the supplies in the back area. A lot of times I forget to pick that up. But I got it that time. Right now, Highland Drake. Dodge the trees. This area is a little bit of a bitch to navigate. Okay, good. We got that. Good. You don't actually need to, wait, actually, I think, do I need to, yeah, I can talk to you, I'm ready to go, and then I can reach the end of the caravan. Kind of in a weird, wonky spot here, where, yeah, so this is where ground skimming is nice. This makes it a little bit more effective compared to if I were to just, like, gun shoes the rest of the way. So I'm gonna ditch the campaign from this point, because I don't really think it's that effective. A lot of the quests from this point on are kind of slow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head south. I've considered doing that hub. Somebody brought up doing Emberwatch, and I thought about it. The only issue I have with Emberwatch is I think right now, with the 50% buff, there's so many like really, really good sources of experience that I just don't think Emberwatch cuts it. I think Emberwatch has routing potential in a later section of the route, right? So later on, I didn't kick that in time. Maybe I did. I thought I kicked it. Maybe it just isn't kickable, even though it kind of displayed on my screen like it was. But yeah, Emberwatch, I think, has potential for the standard version of the questing route. If you don't have the 50% buff, but also I feel like Emberwatch is, technically speaking, going to be worse than just doing dungeon quests. So it's not bad. I just feel like it's a little bit outclassed by other options in the questing route. None of the good world quests are active. I'm actually going to use Gunshoes here because I'm kind of dry on Dragon Riding Vigor. So I'm just going to sit and let that recharge for a bit. And we're just going to skate along the entire duration of Gunshoes. This is also a case where, like, if I was on live servers, Cracked Tyrannax Control Gem here would actually be a little bit nice. It would be slightly more efficient than using Gunshoes, you know, so head here. Then I'm going to kill Skara. Do my Shocking Disclosure. The nice thing is I can go basically pure single target on Skara without having to worry about, cleaving down the ads, because Shocking Disclosure just takes care of the rest. Just really, really clean kill there. Right. Then we're going to head to Tirakai. Take that. Take Ursoc's Guidance. Up to Nokud. Just going to be doing this one. This is still just like, really fast, right? So it's worth doing. So I can still just shift into bear form. We're just going to quickly knock this guy out. Takes like, only a handful of seconds to actually kill him. And we're good to go. Then I can do this, and I can do a little dragon riding bunny hop. Fly over, fly down. I've been kind of playing fast and loose with my dragon riding vigor, and I think I need to start being a little bit more efficient with how I use it. Just because now you can see it's actually starting to... I'm starting to spend more dragon riding vigor than I'm restoring. So I want to slow down a little bit. But that's why tools like, whatchamacallit, Goblin Glider are still useful. When they eventually allow regular flying in Dragonflight, Druid stocks are going to be up so much. Because being able to have flight form and dragon riding at the same time, it's just, whenever you're not dragon riding and getting insane speed, you just pop flight form and you're just solid. Alright. I need to do here. I can use drums here. It's off cooldown. I can use that. Spark Skin. This is off cooldown. Should raise just to kill off those last few mobs. Just maul him down the rest of the way. Okay, Marinar the Thunderous. I'm going to quickly head back here. And I am going to turn in this quest before I move on. Wanted quests tend to be pretty nice. Yeah, that's 50k XP. Look at that fucking honker of a quest. Whew. That is big XP. You like to see that. At 66, I'm also coming up close. Then I can get 2 more BOE items. And I'm going to be doing Lilac Ramble over here. There we go. There's a saying for this. Survival of the fittest. Okay, and then will this get me to 65? I think I need like 1 more quest to get there. Yeah, we're not quite at 65, but I'm almost there. Okay, now I'm just gonna start tagging things. Just flailing around as a bear, tagging a bunch of random ass shit. with Moonfire and then murdering it. That is this Spec's fantasy, I think. Just thrashing around. Okay, get rid of this. That. Wild Charge. Even though those guys are neutral and they're not part of the quest, when I eventually pick up the herbs and the eggs, they're going to become hostile, so I want to get them out of the way now, just so that I can fight them while I do all this stuff and cleave them down. Raise. Okay. Nice. This probably puts me in combat. Yeah. Something roots. Come on. How is that a ranged ability? Let's be real here. Put me in combat. God damn it. Kul'tiran racial for the win! I almost never use that thing. It has very limited use cases, and that is one of the only ones where it is actually worth using. Okay, I'm gonna pull all this stuff. Okay, kill the frilled coastling. Just gonna interrupt it, so I don't need to deal with that cast. Then this is my last eggshell. Then I think I need these flowers. This should be good. Yeah, and then I dragon ride down the coast. And do Whirling Surge. Whirling Surge is really, it's like a really big burst of speed. The interesting thing about Whirling Surge is like I recommended against using it to a lot of my viewers early on, like when Dragonflight first came out, and I think that was the correct play. When Vigor Generation wasn't quite as good, and obviously when you're leveling up and you don't have the dragon riding glyphs, Whirling Surge is terrible. In terms of the amount of like actual distance that you'll get per vigor spent, it's atrocious. But the thing about it is, if I'm going to be doing something like this, where I'm just running around and doing a quest and my vigor is recharging the background, Whirling Surge is easily the fastest you can get from point A to point B. The only thing is, I think I was overusing it a little bit too much. Yeah, because all the vigor I spent on it is already back. So, okay, talk to you, hand over the ingredients. Yeah, I think I can also stop flashbanging myself and I can close my cheat sheet again. Oh my god, this is taking forever. There we go. Normally, I don't think it's supposed to take that long. Go in here. I hit 66 so I can quickly equip these two items. This is the last change that I'll be making to anything during the run. Those are the last two items I need to equip. Then we just got 4 more levels. All right. So we're just going to pull as many things as I can. Just going to pull all this stuff and then just AoE it down, as is tradition, as is the way of the Guardian Druid. Raise and raise. God, I love that button. I wish you got raised at earlier levels. It would make Guardian Druid damage just even stronger. Just being able to shred pulls that quickly is... well, it's a little bit broken. How the fuck did I not get credit for this? It's doing it again. I could have sworn I finished the entire bar, and it just did not... It's happened a few too many times this run where, you know, there are times where maybe I'm just a little bit too jittery and I end things a bit early, but there's been so many times where I've been like 100% sure I finished a cast and I saw the bar disappear, and then I start walking away and I realize I don't have credit. I'm convinced that something fucky is going on with the cast timings, and I'm getting a little bit chipped there. Because there's no way that I've made that same mistake that many times. What am I? I'm hitting caps lock instead of fucking... Ugh. This, click this, this. Okay, talk to Theramis. And then, yeah. Come on, complete quest. What is going on? Hello? Okay, so now I kill the rare mob. Please tell me that my thing didn't just aggro those bear cubs. For a second, I thought I saw the little trinket thing flying in the air, and I'm like, if it aggroes those neutral bear cubs, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. I understand. I can clean up my bags a little bit. You're technically getting into, like, cluttered bag territory, but, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Is there anything else that I can do? I don't really think so. I think I'm mostly good to go. I just complete this quest, and then I'm going to use my Hearthstone. Why is my autocomplete not working? Fucking hell. Come on. There we go. Now I use my Hearthstone. We're going to head back to Morales. We're going to go to Stormwinds, and then hop over to Valdrakken. So just, you know, a little classic portal hopping action. I have 1 hour left to get these last 4 levels, give or take. I'm gonna call it around 1 hour, because I think that's what it is, give or take. Rid of every remaining quest in Loch Modan and Onaran Plains. And that should clear up my quest log enough. There's someone AFK in the portal room. I found another human being. Once again, there is an inherent risk of a memory leak. If it happens, it happens. I will quickly restart my game. Hopefully not. You know, always nice when there is no memory leak. But, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. The orientation quest doesn't give really anything. Heading to the top up here. Renown of the Dragon Isles, Thaldraszus. That's what it is. A message most dire. Yeah, I think so. About the Azure Span, that's what I need to do. Message most dire, and then it's Captain Drine who I talked to. I'm gonna pick this up because I think it's just the dungeon quest, but on the off chance. Is this the person I talked to about? No, this is not the Renown person. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the Thaldraszus campaign for a little bit. And we're gonna head off after we get to the gate. Apparently the Ingenuity quest is really good. Gonna head in here. These quests are not the best because there's a decent amount of like forced roleplay with this like little chest here, but specifically the quests around Southhold Gate are really nice. And the nice thing about Southhold Gate is it's really close to Azure Span. So basically, I'm going to be doing Southhold Gate. After I finish that, I'm going to head into Azure Span, and we're going to knock that out. This is not the person I want to talk to. I need to talk to Valdrakken's citizens. Okay. We're going to head over here. We're going to grab a drink. Do the RP thing. While I grab a drink, I'm going to grab a drink IRL. Hydrate. And I also need to refresh my flask. Refresh my augment rune. So my weapon is good to go. I think I can... That's orientation, Valdrakken. It's the book that I need to interact with. And then Valdrakken Citizens. I need to find Valdrakken Citizens. Those two, I think, should work for like the sight, the seeing eye thing. And then let's see. I think these guys, I can see through their disguises. Oh, this person. Let's hope it's the... Oh, nice, it affects that one too. Okay, so now if we get the, if I get the one that's like 3 goblins in a trench coat, which I think I can find a bunch over here. Yeah, Valdrakken Citizen, come on, 3 goblins in a trench coat. Yes, I'm pretty sure it always ends with these 3. That's... Now, that's it for these 2 quests. I can hand them in over here. Talk to Captain Droin. And then it tells me to go to Southold Gate. Yeah, apparently this quest, the Learning Ingenuity, gives a lot. So I'm going to head over here real quick, and I'm just going to do this. Learning Ingenuity. Yeah, 15,000. And then I'm just going to do this. I don't know if that's 2,000. Okay, so that free 2,000 XP. Yeah, that's like an extra quest. Just a nice bonus. And now we're going to go to Southold Gates. There are, I think, 1 or 2 rare mobs that I can find along here. Great Shell Khan cannot be attacked, but there's a few that you can find in this area. Yeah, this guy. Liskron the Dazzling. So we're just going to fight these rares, because why not? I pulled some extra, so... I'm actually just going to just single target Liskron, because I did use my, my potion. Ah, shit. Right. I got the mount up? Even though I was in combat? What is this? This is Akrasoth. It says Akrasoth is above me, but I don't actually see him. I think the game is just lying to me, actually. Oh, what the fuck? No, it's not. Akrasoth is just... He's up there. Okay. We're going to... I actually have Heart of the Wild, so I can just Moonfire him for days. And we're going to kind of try to kite him down to the floor over here. I want to make sure that he doesn't leash. And he leashed. That's really annoying. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to reach him when he's at that part of his patrol. Why does he even patrol up there? Man, that is... It's kind of annoying. Really puts the troll in patrol. Ha! 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 Yeah. Okay, there's a guy down here that I can talk to. Fuck, do that. Hopefully by the time I kill this guy, Akrasoth is done being annoying, and I can actually go and fight him. Because I know he's reachable, it's just he's really annoying and sometimes doesn't want to be in a good spot. Come on. Out of combat. Out of combat. Drop combat, please. Dragon riding. We're going to check Akrasoth again, because after all, it is free XP. He should be over here now. Akrasoth. Yeah, now he's lower to the ground. Definitely reach him from here. I'm just going to use drums here. Just get it on cooldown. Nice. Ooh, that was really clean. Stamp Roar. Just round up all of these guys. Every single one of these mobs, and just cleave them. Cleave, 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 cleave. Very nice. I'm going to now refresh my Darkmoon Fair buff, just before I forget. Okay. Darkmoon Fair buff has been refreshed. Surprisingly, no memory leak this time. I wonder if they, like, fixed it in 10.1.5, and that's why I'm not getting it, because I'm on the PTR. If so, that would be really nice. That would mean I can actually stream 60 to 70 leveling attempts without worrying about, my frame rate tanking or anything like that. Very hopeful. Okay. Body, and then I'm going to quickly go up to the top of this tower for this mob. Look out Mordrim. Over to you. Maul. Nice chunk of XP. This up. And then there's one more thing that I need to pick up here. Yeah, these quests are actually not too bad. This is the one thing about, like, Thaldraszus is it's a lot. There's, like, also some weird quest lines later on that technically aren't too bad, but I don't know. Thaldraszus is a very weird zone where a lot of the quest lines are kind of disconnected and off in the middle of nowhere, and there's, like, very weird prereqs. If you told me that there was maybe additional quest lines in Thaldraszus that could end up being faster than stuff, I would believe you, right? I think this zone does have, like, pretty good potential. It's the one that I've kind of routed out the least, just because in the original Dragonflight launch, by the time you finish the campaign, you just didn't need anything here. It was just kind of all pointless. Because obviously you're going to try to do quests along with the campaign whenever possible, and there's a lot of really good options early on that was more than enough to get you to max level. So I just never had a reason to really route out throughout Thaldraszus that much. And while I'm sure that it is fast, I don't know. Because the other thing is, I'm going to be level 67, and I haven't even set foot in Azure Span. And I think it's generally agreed upon that Azure Span is the fastest of the zones. The only reason why I would say Waking Shores with the Profession XP is faster is because you can do 2 birds, 1 stone. You're doing the Profession stuff while you're doing everything else. So that's like a really, really, really nice time save. So I would say Waking Shores, that section is really fast. The Onarin stuff, Onarin has like a few, as we saw, disconnected zone or subzones that are like really nice. So I just did the most of those, ended all the way in the corner of the zone there, and then that's when I headed back to Valdrakken, because, it's a teleport, so it doesn't matter how far off from civilization I am. And I can maybe see like some additional stuff being routed into Onarin. I don't know, hard to say. The main thing, though, is I feel like maybe I should change up some of how I route this. I think if you drop anything, you drop Onarin Plains, right? Because think about it like this. During the actual final version of this speedrun, when, the dungeon changes are live and you can just, like, do dungeons and get, like, one-time completion, you're going to be weaving in dungeons a lot here. Now, of course, you'll also have 50% less XP compared to what I'm doing now, so a lot of these quests will actually be really good. But I think if you find that you're getting really good luck with dungeon quests, and you feel like you need to drop anything, I think what you end up dropping is Onarin Plains. Because obviously you keep Waking Shores, it's invaluable. There we go. It's invaluable being able to do the professions and the quest lines at the same time. And Azure Span you definitely don't drop, because Azure Span has some of the most efficient quest lines in the not in the game, but in Dragonflight. Really efficient stuff. And then because, like, I would say Thaldraszus, this stuff isn't fantastic, but it's not bad. There's a decent, like, rare mob density. Oh my god. trees. Oh my god, the bane of my existence. Yeah, so telling. I think because of the fact that um I'm trying to find my words. And I'm also trying to put myself in a position where I'm like, I'm still focusing. So I'm not like is this the one where I have to go all the way back to Valdrakken? No. So I can do this quest and still get the XP. And then now we go back to Valdrakken. But this gives very little XP. So we out. So now what I'm going to do is we're just going to coast down. We're going to go to the Azure Span start point. And that's why Thaldraszus is kind of good, because this is the easiest way to reach the entry to Azure Span, which is actually in Onaran Plains. But you want to go down to that quest line. And because Thaldraszus is already pretty good, and it's like basically in just a direct line to the entrance, I feel like this is the best thing to connect it up with. So I think if you drop anything, you drop the end of Onaran Plains. You drop Onaran Plains entirely, right? And then you just do additional quests. And then if you're short, even after that, you just do more in Azure Span. Yeah, I think I head in here. Ooh, zip between those trees. Was worried I was going to hit that, but we're good. Then there's a rare mob right here. Trying to think. I can't use. There's no new gear that I can equip. Right. This is it. I've already gotten all my upgrades. I can spend my talents though. That's a sizable damage increase. So next talent points. Oh, I never put Typhoon in my bars. That's gonna help. All right. Sharp Fang defeated. Let me quickly spend this. Renewal. Take this. Swap for Den Mother. Take this. Put it into Moonless Night. I'm gonna get one more point of each. Next point I get will be in Thick Hide. Renewal. I'm gonna put in Shift 2. Yeah, next point goes into Thick Hide, just passive damage reduction. And then my next point here is going to go into Rend and Tear. Is I think most bang for my buck in terms of a singular talent point while leveling up. Okay, so we're gonna do these quests. And yeah, I have to interact with this, then I have to interact with this. And then finally interact with the teapot or the toy boat, right? Yeah. Toy boat, turn this in. While she does the little channel RP. Oh, fuck. No, we're fine, we're fine. I do this. Now I start refreshing my food buff. And then this should probably last me the rest of the run. Yeah, I just double-checked my OBS. Surprisingly, no memory leak still. Actually doing pretty good. I thought that was going to be more of a problem than it was. Thought I was going to have to actually do some editing on this video. It looks like I may actually just be able to upload this video completely normally. And we'll be good. It's 9 a.m. Still pretty early. There is still time for Blizzard to shut down the servers and completely end my run. The prophecy may still be fulfilled. We shall see. I think on the off chance that Blizzard does do that, I think it's kind of understandable that I would pause the timer in that case. Like, as shitty as that would be, and it would feel bad to not do it all in one sitting, pausing the timer, logging out, coming back whenever the servers are back up. The only issue is if they take down the servers, sometimes they do it for like an entire 24 hours. And obviously I need to have this video out by today. So that would be kind of weird. So let's just hope that doesn't happen, actually. I really don't want that to happen. Okay. Quests are pretty fast. There's also a decent amount of side quests that you can do immediately after this, which makes it kind of worth doing. Ooh, we got the Hammett Nessingwary quest. Sometimes he gets a new quest after you land, so I'm going to pick this up as soon as possible. I don't remember when exactly it is that his offered quests change, but Bloodhorn's Horn. Bloodhorn is the one... Oh, Bloodhorn is down there. Yeah, so I think I did get a new quest offering. And then there's a tome over there. I missed one tome. I can just grab one over here. There's a lot of backup tomes in this area, in case I miss the one that I normally get. And then do I just hand in all this stuff here, I think? Yeah, and then I got another Hemet quest. This is actually really good RNG. Hemet is super rare to actually... I find Hemet in maybe one of every 5 runs that I do. Go figure that I found him here. Alright, this quest can be really bad if I fuck it up, so... let's not do that. In case you missed all my Dragonflight beta speedruns, where I talked about this quest, you aim for the head. That sounds stupid, right? But like that is like genuine advice. That is not just me being like funny. Aim for the head here. Their hitbox is really janky. I remember back in Dragonflight beta, people are like, no, you're just missing it. At this point, I've done enough runs to say my suspicions were always correct. The hitbox is very front loaded. There is no hitbox where their tail and hind legs are. It like extends past their head. Only problem is they do a lot of hairpin turns, right? And that makes it really hard to hit them in the head. So I got credit for that. Did I pick up Wanted for Jealous? Oh no, I need to hand in this first. I'm gonna set my Hearthstone here. Yeah, make this in your home. Then Khadgar. I don't think I do that quest. I'm pretty sure I don't do that quest. I'm gonna pick it up just in case. Yeah, I don't know why I picked that quest up. It was one of those where I'm like, I know I don't do this quest. I know I never pick up this quest, but let me pick up this quest just in case this is one of the ones I'm supposed to do. And it just, fucking brains sometimes. This is what happens when you're close to the end of a run and you get all frazzled, right? And you're panicking and everything is just like in your head screaming like, you're so close to a really good run. Yeah, I do wonder if sub 4 hours would be possible. I think. I think you have to think about it like this though. With the amount of insanely good RNG that I have gotten, fuck yeah, that button is kind of trolling me right now because it is targeting the same one. Um, with the amount of insane RNG I got with TBC dungeons, I think like I don't think it's realistically possible to match that RNG. That was actually just kind of ridiculous. So, bag of helpful goods. I should have started this. Yeah, because there's a slight little bit of RP, and then I've done Frostfist's Eye. I need to do that one, so I can do it later. I turn that in there, but I can get Frostfist's Eye here. He's at the top of this cliff. Okay. And this I turn in later on at Camp Nowhere. Just going to use my potion here. The question that I'm thinking of right now is, do I actually continue with the Azerspan campaign? Because I don't even think I need to do it. Because I think I'll go over here and I'll do some of these quests because they're honestly not terrible. And there's also a rare mob that I can do. Actually, but do I really want to? I can, yeah, because I need to go this way regardless. What's the CD on my hearth? 1 minute. Yeah, so I'll have it up when I need it. All right. Um, Taking Thick Hide. I don't think I do these quests. I think these quests are a waste of time. There's like way too much downtime and inefficiency in those quests. And then the the Tuskar quests aren't really that great most of the time. It's like it's relatively inefficient for the amount of time you're going to spend actually doing it. So I don't really think I'd bother. But what the main reason I came here is because I could kill that rare, and then I need to head over there to kill Bloodhorn regardless. And then I don't think I can do any of the Iskara quests, but just in case I forgot, while I'm there, I will at least check. Maybe there's one or two that are available. And then what I'm thinking is I have 2 levels left. There's a decent amount of sub or side quest areas that I think I can hit or get 2 levels with pretty easily. And especially since I got that really good RNG from Hemet Nessingwary, that is 2 additional, effectively wanted quests levels of experience, right? Because that's 17,000 compared to, for instance, like Tending the Forge is just 13,000. So the Hemet quests are slightly more efficient than a standard quest. Wrong button. That's just gonna maul. Maul does so much damage. Oh my goodness. Right, Whirling Surge here, gain speed really quickly. Yeah, I'm just gonna peek into Iskara. I'm pretty sure, yeah, the only available quest at this point is, you see a quest there, but that is just the renown thing. It's basically like, orientation Iskara, I believe. Yeah, there's this guy, Vakril. So that's one rare that I can get. And shapeshift out of his, this thing there. Come on, give me credit, give me credit, give me credit. So I can move on. There we go. Right, I got credit. One thing I'm going to do is this bonus objective gives like a ridiculous amount of XP compared to like a lot of the other bonus objectives. So even though I'm not doing the quest here, I am going to go and at least try this because I haven't actually ever tried just doing this on its own, separated from the quests in the area. Obviously, you always get this done while you're doing the quests in the Tuskar chain because they go right through here. But I've never bothered actually seeing how fast you can do this by just mass pulling. That's 25 in one pull. That's actually pretty good. And then I can do, there's a lot of mobs here, of course. So I can just Moonfire basically the entire section. Do that, that. We're just going to Moonfire literally everything. I'm actually going to pop Heart of the Wild so that my Moonfire is even more effective. Moonfire that, Moonfire that. A few of my guys are evade bugging. Which, don't love, but yeah, I'm getting some evade bugs. Now we can just do raise, mangle. I'm gonna do Moonfire, raise. Cool, that's a good pull, even though some of them bugged out. It's again. And the nice thing here is this is all like kind of one consecutive line to 3 Falls Lookout. 98%? You fucking shitting me? Okay. This guy's gonna get mauled harder than any mob has ever been mauled before. Right. Yeah, that was decent. I'd say that was probably worth doing. What is this quest? Tender Workwind Meat. I think I might actually complete that world quest alongside everything else. Yeah, I think that's a free world quest because that overlaps directly with everything in Three Falls Lookout. Words I can't speak. You get what I'm saying. You. Cancel that. I'm going to do Great Shokari first, all the way out there. Just get that out of the way. I'm also going to use... I'm not going to use my potion for this, but I still have auto walk turned on. We're going to use cooldowns, and then I can save. Yeah, I can save my shocking disclosure for a big pull with all of the stags and stuff like that. Do I need to refresh any of my buffs? I can use one more tap of Glacial Fury, and I think that is literally the last buff refresh I need to do for the entire run. Gonna do Stampeding Roar. Just pull a bunch of mobs, as many mobs as I can tag with Moonfire without them leashing. I'm actually gonna go back here, just get this Vorkin Patrol. And then I'm just going to use my potion. And just spam raise, rash, Moonfire proc, raise. Now that's a lot of damage! Alright. What do I even need? 2 tough moose flanks, which I also need for the quest. So, that works out perfectly. I can kill this guy off. I still have my potion rolling. Nice. Talk to you. Oh no, I automatically get credit the moment you walk out. Alright. So now I just need 2 more moose flanks. And yeah, that's a free world quest. Definitely glad I came out here and did this. But I think that world quest also makes this even more efficient than I already thought it was going to be, so that is ideal. Nice. Man, imagine how fast this run would have been if I didn't fuck up. Hindsight's 20/20, of course. But imagine if I had 10% more experience from all of those quests early on, from all of the Dragonflight crafting stuff. I actually don't think, come to think of it, I'm pretty sure there is a cap on the amount of experience flat that you can get from crafting XP. So I think the 50% buff doesn't actually help you there, because I think like the 50% buff just makes you hit your cap faster on crafting XP, because I think I always translated it as 30 crafts, right? That was like the math that I had always been working with. It was like, in order to get the required experience needed to get your all of your Dragonflight Profession XP, you need to get the first 30 crafts. But I think, if I recall correctly, it wasn't limited to 30 crafts, it was limited to experience, and then I did the math, and it was like, that is equivalent to around 30 crafts, or something like that. Or Blizzard may have said, you're limited to this amount of XP, which equals 30 crafts, and that's just kind of what I went with. And that ended up being correct, right? But then I think what happened is, because there was a flat value, that's why I'm actually getting way less than I expected. So I think, in essence, it really maybe wasn't that much, because, you know, I was limited to it. Who knows, though? It still would have been, you know, fast. I'm just wondering if it would have been, you know, it's kind of hard to say, like, is a 10% XP buff, would that make the run 10% faster? And I don't really think it would have made it 10% faster, because, you know, a lot of things are like travel time related that, you know, you don't really save 10% time on. So it's not really a one-to-one correlation in terms of experience gained and time saved, right? That's why I think there's almost like only so much you can do, like, unless Blizzard did like a 100% XP buff or something like that, then obviously I could push my time. But that's why I really don't even know how much lower you can push this timer. Just because there's so much just forced movement, right? And, I mean, you could definitely lower it, but at a certain point, you get diminishing returns. I don't know. And it's also, like, one of the funny things is, clean play like this makes such a huge difference. Like, I'm so far ahead of my other runs that it's just not even funny. Because this is going to end up being, like, a pretty decent bit more than just 50% faster than my previous world record, right? I think. It might... Yeah. This is like close to like 100% faster than my previous world record. It's like, yeah, something like that. I don't know. I'm not doing the exact math, but this is really good. And overall, the RNG in this case was way better than my previous record. I think I've played better. Also, I used Monk for the last one, and I do just think that Druid is more efficient overall. So I think there's a lot of things about this particular run that have made it a stronger run overall. And I'm gonna be honest, I just kind of like so this quest. This is the water one, yeah. I kind of like playing Guardian Druid more than Windwalker. I like Windwalker, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, like, yeah, I hate doing Windwalker speedruns. Obviously, I've done a bunch. But Guardian Druid outside of the BC dungeons, there are so many cases where it is literally just turn your brain off. And there is something so deeply satisfying about just moonfiring a million targets and just, watching them light up and just fucking shred. Whereas Windwalker, you do kind of need to put at least some thought into what you're doing, and you kind of need to, like, plan out, make sure you're not overlapping abilities, plan out your usage of Fist of Fury for like the parry and the war mode talent. There's like a decent amount of thought that goes into Windwalker speedruns, and I like it, don't get me wrong, but when you're getting to like 7-hour speedruns, at a certain point, you just want to shut your brain off and press Thrash and Moonfire. It's perfect for that. It's like, Guardian Druid was like designed for leveling, I feel. It works so fucking well. I'm just going to use Goblin Glider here because it's like a really efficient use of Goblin Glider, and this lets me save my Dragon Riding Vigor for when I'm about to do a big movement, which will be like literally right after this. So we're going to do this, and then, yeah, I'm not going to immediately Hearthstone. Come on, out of combat. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, I'm not going to immediately use my Hearth. What I will do is to you. There's one more rare that I want to get that maybe I should have gotten along the way. Let me check the world quests in this area. Are any of them worth doing? Doesn't look like it. But yeah, this rare right here is just, it's like right along the path. May as well. And then I could just honestly fly to Camp Antonitis. It's not far, right? I don't lose a lot of time by heading to Camp Antonitis right now, but because I already set my Hearthstone there, and I'm not going to need it at all for the rest of the run. I think it is just faster to do this. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. Yeah, do this. Just head to Fort Antonitis, and this is definitely the best thing. I definitely made the correct decision here, not doing the rest of the Azerspan campaign. That was the correct call, because what I can do is, yeah, 1 level. I can very easily get 1 level from that stuff. Yeah. Old Stone Tusk is another Hemet Nessingwary quest. I forget where you pick that up. I think you might pick that up actually within Camp Nowhere. There's one or two more rare mobs. I forget exactly how many I can find on the way to Camp Nowhere. Yeah, one of them's over here. Come on. This guy. He's not showing up either. And there's another one. Yeah, they're not showing up on my map, but this definitely, I think, as we'll see, I'm pretty sure, because he counts as a vignette mob, he gives credit. I'm gonna lust. But there is, I'm 99% sure, another mob just in there. I will at the very least take a short detour to look for it. No, he didn't give the quest. Right, there's supposed to be a quest that goes along with it, and that's why rares are so good. You get the quest and you get the kill XP. So that's actually not worth it. All right. Almost there. Okay. And then I will put my last talent point in the moment I finish this particular quest. Okay. It really, the game is like fucking edging me right now. Just really wants me to be barely level 69. Haha, funny number. Hee hee, hoo hoo. Go, and then I'm gonna do that, 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 that. I'm gonna loot these mobs. Yep. Just tag all of you. Like when I remember doing this on my Windwalker monk, and I actually had to kite this Sundered Sentinel because I didn't want to get in combat with it because I didn't have enough health to actually kill it. And it has a lot of health, but you know, when you're a Guardian Druid, health is just a matter of perspective. It's just, you know, is it going to take me like 5 seconds to kill this mob, or is it going to take me like 10 seconds to kill this mob? Oh, big challenge. And then head up here, down here, and turn this stuff in. There we go, 69. 69, haha, funny number achieved. Then tear. Get this. This. All right, I need to go inside here. I'm starting to think I might end up being slightly behind. I'm trying to think of like how I'm gonna do this. Did that fucking get interrupted? Did I have like a dot on me or something? It's annoying. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna do Stamp Roar, Moonfire on you, Moonfire on you. That's all I need to do. Okay. Yep, it keeps getting interrupted by random ass bullshit. I don't really fully understand. I'm just gonna maul, quickly get rid of this guy so I can move on. Okay. Okay, yeah, then they do this RP shit. Yeah, so I think it's fine though, because there's also this stuff. The Furbolg quests. And I can do that, and that's efficient, I suppose. I'm trying to think, what else do I do? What else do I do? Oh, I need to continue. Mount up. There's another quest area a little bit up north that I can get out of the way. That's like relatively fast for the amount of time it takes. Over here, do that. Use my potion here. That mob fucking died. Alright. And head over here. Here. Out of range. Okay. And then there's like a little bit of an RP section, and I think, yeah, do I turn it in here? I think I turn this quest in here, and then I get sent back, and then like he's standing by the grave, and then I turn in another quest. And then after that, I'll go over here, I'll speak to Narn, I'll do that quest line. After I've done all of the stuff in here, I can head up to this little ravine. I can do the quest there. There's also... There's another area up here. There's a rare mob I can kill there. And then there's one final. I think I do this quest hub if I run out. It's probably my best bet. Alright. So, yeah. Hover close to the ground. Narn, what's happening? This way. So I effectively have 15 minutes to get one level. I think that's reasonably achievable. And technically speaking, I know it wasn't exactly like 2:30 when I hit my or when I hit level 60, but like I said, I want to play conservatively just so I know for sure that I've made the sub 2. So I'm just, as long as it's below 2 hours 30 minutes, then I know for sure that I got it. I need to destroy these totems. So I'm just going to do a big pull here. Raise, then Maul, and Mangle. Good. Nice. I need to kill one more mob. I can technically kite this up here. Another thing that I should probably look out for is there's little Furbolg chests that can spawn here. I know a lot of the locations because I used them to farm Iskara Tuskar totems for reputation early in the expansion. And they can spawn, like one spawns right over there. I'm not going to go out of my way to look for one because they're not really that good. But if I do manage to find one, it's like a very minor bit of extra experience. So I want to make sure that if there is a little box, the Iskara tokens there, that I find it. Speak to Radza, and then, oh, here we go. Raise. Okay, Jesus. That was really nice. I forgot that this guy summons waves. I don't do this quest a lot. This is definitely like stuff that you probably wouldn't include if you had dungeon quests. I think you would probably route this out. But it's like decently efficient and it's close to Camp Nowhere. It's just a lot of times I finish on Camp Nowhere. Fire, Rash, Maul proc. Nice. That was a beefy Maul proc. There's also sometimes, I believe, a chest that can spawn in this cave. I don't see any. Any second now. There we go. Stone Hearts. Is there any forget exactly where this one spawns. Wow, that hurt. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, do not kill me, please. Holy shit, that guy started just fucking clapping my cheeks. We're good though. That was very scary. Blew both of my frenzied regen charges just in a panic. We're fine though. This is... do I get extra experience for doing both of the chains? I forget if there's a follow-up quest. Speak to Son of a Snowden at Theron's Watch. Yeah, it sends me up there. You know what? Because I have the breadcrumb quest, I could probably go up there and do that. But the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to head this way. And I'm going to do... One thing that I learned the hard way, if you watch the very end of my speedrun, well, at the time of me speaking right now, my current world record speedrun, soon to be former world record speedrun, I got here, and because I used a shocking disclosure thing, turns out that the this quest, the potion and the flamethrower share a cooldown, despite one of them being a quest item, and the other, and it doesn't even do damage. It's literally just there for the sole purpose of yeah. It's there for the sole purpose of like setting these like eggs on fire. These things. But if I use Shocking Disclosure, it puts this flamethrower quest item on a 5-minute cooldown, and it literally just bricks the fucking quest. I remember being so tilted because in that run, I was like scrambling to get a sub 7-hour 10 to 60, which like obviously I've smashed that. But I really wanted to get sub 7 hours, and I was it was also something where I had gotten a similar thing where I had gotten like I wanted a sub 4-hour 10 to 60 and then a sub 3-hour 60 to 70. So basically I bumped my numbers down by 1 hour each on this goal and hit it. Right? So that's nice. And I got to the point where I had like basically 2-3 minutes left to get the sub 3-hour 60 to 70, and I was only like 1 minute on top of that for the sub 7-hour total. And I think like 2 minutes away from 7 hours, I finally finished the run. But I'm like scrambling here to do this as a backup quest, and it's like one of the last things I need. And then suddenly I find out that this quest chain is bricked for me. Not only can I not do this quest, but I also I can't even continue because there's actually like 1 or 2 really good quests immediately after this. So yeah, do that. So those quests are really good. Doing those 3 really quickly. Yeah, those 3 quests. 3 in total. And then there is, this one, you administer the antidote. It's just a little, like, long channel, right? But it gives full quest XP, so that's also pretty nice. Just a really quick quest to knock out. Bing, bang, boom. And then as soon as this person stands, then there's 1 quest to kill a singular mob, which I can just kind of erase from this plane of existence. Any second now. Come on, come on. Yeah, this one, Whispering Shard. You kill singular mob and get this one. So I kill Edivix. Okay, and just interrupt Arcane Shackles. There's a saying for this: survival of the fittest. All right. Drop over here. And in this quest, after that, I don't... Is it worth... these 2 quests are actually not too bad, especially as a Guardian Druid where I can pull the world. These are not. The drop rate on it is kind of abysmal, TBH, but Guardian Druid can like literally just Moonfire everything and just round it all up super cleanly. So I can actually... I'm going to use my potion here. Because, like, Windwalker struggles to do this quest, right? Because, see, I wouldn't have been able to do this pull. See how I'm dragging literally everything to me? Windwalker would not have been able to do that. But because I can spread Moonfire to, like, 1,000,000 mobs at the same time and have them all clump up, this becomes super fucking efficient. It's one of those, like, 28 fragments. That is a shit drop rate, mind you. But we can just bing, bang, boom, knock that out. Okay. Use that. And do this. Ooh, we got a bonus chest. There's a little bit of additional experience. Another fun thing, well, I'm close to the end, that I'll be doing at the end of Saturday's stream. I've been doing this on my recent streams, but at the end of Saturday's stream, after we do the Horde leveling run, I'm going to be doing a more classic hardcore. So I've been leveling a classic hardcore Tauren Shaman. And I know what you're going to say, oh, look at Haraldin jumping on the classic hardcore bandwagon, but, like, I actually play classic. I actually like it. The only reason that I wasn't playing classic hardcore when, like, all of the streamers were doing it is because I don't really like the add-on, and I think the rules are kind of lame, so I've been playing it on the PTR, and I'll probably play it when it actually comes out. But I'm just kind of enjoying it. Like I'm vibing, playing through it on my own, just having fun with it. And right now I am level 12. And I've heard that level 14 is when things get really spicy, and that's like where a lot of people start to die, when you enter the Barrens and stuff like that. Because I am playing a Tauren Shaman, right? So I'm not playing Alliance, which is what most people are. And I'm also not super familiar with Shaman, but so far, I haven't fucked it up. Haven't done anything super duper bad. And I'm going to keep going with that until I die, and we'll see. And then eventually, long term, probably, if I don't die in my Shaman, I'll see how long I keep playing that on stream. But one thing that I do plan on doing is I'm going to be, can use this scratch tablet, right? That's the final quest item. I'm going to be doing a playthrough of every single zone in Classic World of Warcraft. I'm going to be doing it in Wrath Classic specifically with like heirlooms and stuff. Because one thing that I am working on is I'm working on eventually getting the world record for level 1 to 80 in Wrath Classic. And setting up a really, really cool run for that. I have a lot of cool ideas, a lot of ways to save time. The only problem is I don't have nearly as much experience for all of the vanilla zones as I do with everything else. So I have a decent amount of experience with like, Wrath zones, BC zones, etc. But while I technically did play all the way back then, and I've played a decent amount of Classic thus far, leveled a handful of characters, right? I'm somewhat familiar with the zones. I still don't know them nearly as well as I do, like, retail and whatnot. So I think it'll be fun to go through and actually figure all of that out, do a full playthrough of each one, really, get a feel for all of that stuff. I think there is, I think it is, which one is it? Chiming Fragment? Singing Fragment, I want to say it is. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's Singing Fragment. This summons a rare mob, so that's why I'm doing this. Yeah, so we kill this rare mob, then I head up here, and are there any other rares that I can kill? I think there might be like 1 or 2 rares that I can just knock out for like easy experience. Because we're like literally 1 rare mob kill away from finishing. But I'm trying to think of like where I can find a rare mob to kill, and I don't know. I think it would be just easier to fuck me sideways. I missed the kick on that. That's a big ass fucking shield. That time to kill is definitely increasing at this point. Okay, I really want to get sub 4.5. We're very close. I think I'm just gonna go do these quests. I can do a handful of those in 2 minutes. Right, yeah, I should definitely be able to do that. Head down here. Son of a Snowden. Decent amount of good quests over here. Wayward Tools. I kind of just want to do these 2 quests at the same time because there's, it's really easy. I can just kind of round up a shit ton of mobs and then use a Shocking Disclosure. And as we all know, that just kind of kills everything. And do this. Clues uncovered. This guy counts as a clue. This guy's dead body is a clue, unfortunately. This stump. Do all of their dead bodies count as clues? They all do, yes. This guy's dead body also counts as a clue. Alright. I probably could have just turned in that existing quest, but I don't want to take any chances, because now we head over here, we do bing bang boom, and time stops. Oh my goodness. This was a good run. This was a good fucking run. Sub 4.5, man. And I met my goal, right? 60 to 70 was unfortunately a little bit longer, but just remember, this could have been better. I could have gotten sub 420 if I, which would have been perfect. Imagine if I had gotten 420 on the nose. Oh, that would have made for such a fucking perfect title. I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't get 420, because imagine if I put in the title of my video, I got a speedrun in 420, right? Like, people would just be like, oh, Haraldin's just, you know, doing clickbait shit again. Haha, funny weed number, right? But, like, 429, that's like an actual number, right? People aren't going to think I'm just making, like, a weed reference. So, yeah. Could have been better, though. I mean, I made, like, a few minor mistakes. Like, I fucked up that time back in Lochmadon. Dungeon RNG was pretty fucking insane. And, yeah. Yeah, this has been one hell of a run. Also, 0 memory leaks. Yeah. I love that. That means I don't need to edit this at all. This video is ready to ship. Just fucking upload this shit to YouTube and I'm good to go. Victory water drink. Alright, so before I end, real quick, just a summary. I'm going to put up a poll with this to decide what class and spec I'm going to be doing for Saturday's stream. I'll be streaming that Horde run, kind of like a Horde version of this. I'm not going to be doing 60 to 70, by the way. I've already done a few. I will just be doing Horde 10 to 60. Because 60 to 70, it's the same Horde and Alliance, right? There's really no changes. But I'll be doing Horde 10 to 60 this Saturday. You can vote for it. It'll be at 11 a.m. Eastern Server Time. And, yeah, if you want to learn more about the consumables and all that stuff, I guess it's not really relevant here. And then finally, you know, if you found this video helpful and you want to continue supporting this channel, obviously, you know, toss it a like, throw a comment or something like that. But also, I do have memberships, right? It's $3 a month, and you get, like, exclusive stuff. Like I said, I have... it's like a long video, like 5 hours. Additional 5 hours of leveling of me doing test runs. Test runs, testing out new tech that I used in this run. There was even a tech item, which I guess I'll keep a secret. A tech item that I will potentially use in future speedruns. I talked about it in my Discord if you're really curious, but I also did have an entire segment in that other unedited run where I was initially going to use it, and then I discovered that Radinax was back, and Radinax kind of pushed it out. But it still has some use cases in the future. So there's a lot of cool, like, behind the scenes, you know, setting up one of these runs things. So yeah, you know, maybe consider it. Definitely would help. But anyways, that's it for this speedrun. Hope you found it fun. Hope you learned something to improve your leveling. And yeah, this was fucking insane. I genuinely don't think I'm ever going to top this. I think this may be the final world record attempt I do before the Voidlord expansion. Because... I mean, I've literally been preparing for this speedrun, to give you an idea, for like 4 days. And it worked out, right? I mean, I'm glad that my prep wasn't wasted, but this was godlike RNG. I played nearly perfectly, few mistakes to be expected within margin of error, and spent days preparing. It doesn't get much better than this. I think this is kind of my final big speedrun for Dragonflight. From here on out, we just do leveling testing, we do casual speedruns just for fun. Now I can finally, now that I've gotten the perfect speedrun, I can finally get around to testing all the different specs, like, you know, Enhancement Shaman and stuff, you know, on Saturday's stream, so I can eventually make a leveling tier list, which is something that people have been asking me for, and I will do eventually, but I'm not just going to throw out one of those garbage, you know, poorly thought out tier lists. I will not make a tier list until I have actually tested every single spec 10 to 60, and I can accurately say how good it is. I'm not going to rate like Mistweaver, right? Mistweaver is just don't play it. There's better options. But if I think that something has viability, I will at least rank it. So there you go. Anyways, yeah, I can sit here and ramble for days. But, you know, I need to go get this video uploaded. So I'm going to stop myself here. Once again, thanks for watching. Catch you later. Peace.